era of football. Est video is purement para entretenimiento y no infringe derechos de autor en los derechos de la novela y la imagen son del autor original, no reclamamos propiedad. No te gusta esperar y quieres escuchar este fanfic completo ahora? Suscríbete a nuestro Patreon, donde encontrarás los mejores fanfics. Chapter 501. A brilliant start. Seeing that their team was fallen behind, Teenhead's fans were not discouraged. They were experienced in many battles and had seen everything. Not to mention that they were only one goal behind. An ordinary league game would not easily shake them, not to mention that Zheng Qi had brought them a lot. Even if the results declined last year, most Teenhead fans would not be disappointed with Zheng Qi. After all, before Zheng Qi's rise, Teenhead was just a mid-level team. After Zheng Qi's rise, he had helped Teenhead win nearly 10 championships of various kinds. What were the fans of Teenhead dissatisfied with? Not to mention that they were one goal behind. Even if they lost this game, it would not shake their confidence. Zheng Qi on the field frowned. Although they were only one goal behind, Zheng Qi knew that this game was actually very difficult. If Fifen continued to maintain this state and stalemate until the end of the game, Teenhead would find it difficult to break through their defense even if they performed well. Fifen's overall defense was not flawless, but the level of their players could make up for it, especially when they were already ahead. The possibility of them having problems would be smaller. We were a little impulsive just now, otherwise, we wouldn't have lost the ball. Zheng Qi said to everyone in the team channel. The other Teenhead players felt ashamed, because they knew that they were indeed a little impulsive just now, and wanted to defeat the opponent as soon as possible, but haste makes waste. But they also knew that the players were not machines. No matter how experienced and calm they would inevitably be impulsive. Zheng Qi had reminded them before, but they were still impulsive. This was a mistake. Next, attack more patiently, but now it is already very unfavorable for us. We could have at least got 1 point. Zheng Qi didn't say much, but waved his hand and asked the players to continue the game. Keep a stable mentality, don't be anxious, continue to entangle with them, don't forget that we are now ahead. Zhu said in the team channel. His thinking at this time was very simple. Originally, this game was to get 1 point if possible. Now that they're ahead, what is there to worry about? Even if the defensive mistake allowed Teenhead to tie the score, there is still a chance to get 1 point. Moreover, Zhu was very familiar with his players. They might have some problems in other situations, but when they were leading, they would not have any psychological problems. This was indeed the case. In the following games, Fifen played better than Teenhead. Teenhead itself was the best team in the league at winning steadily, and now Fifen seemed equally stable. Although Teenhead had no shortage of outstanding attackers after Han Yiming grew up, the young Han Yiming was still a little behind the strong offensive players like Lu Xiaoshan and Shen Ruofei. Han Yiming's impact was enough to deal with many teams, but for Fifen, who had excellent personal abilities, such an impact was not enough. Han Yiming, who was eager to attack, fell into Fifen's trap in an impact. After being controlled by Zheng Qi and others rushed forward. After the group fight made Han Yiming leave the field in frustration, Teenhead's attack and direct threat seemed much smaller. In terms of patience, Fifen's players also maintained enough patience and did not reveal any flaws. Seeing this scene, Teenhead's fans were speechless. Last year's game was the same. Fifen didn't show any flaws after scoring a goal. Teenhead was originally the best at suffocating the opponent, but was suffocated by Fifen. Is it going to repeat the same mistake today? They really guessed it right. Teenhead, who launched a fierce attack at the last moment of the game, did not create a miracle. When the whistle sounded at the end of the game, Fifen defeated Teenhead at home with a score of 1-0. When this scene really happened, everyone was stunned, including Fifen's fans. To be honest, they didn't expect Fifen to beat Teenhead. They have won 7 consecutive games. No matter how good the state is, there must be a limit. Moreover, the situation of defeating Teenhead is too good, so good that they can't believe it, and now, they really did it. Their team defeated Teenhead, although it was only 1-0, and although that goal seemed full of accidents, but winning is winning. Nangiro lost, Teenhead also lost. What does this mean? It means that Fifen's advantage in the first place of the standings has been expanded again. They are already leading the second and third places by as much as 5 points. 10 rounds of the league, won 5 points. What does this mean? If the league is a simple arithmetic problem, after 10 rounds of the league, Fifen is 5 points ahead of the second place. Then after 38 rounds, Fifen can be 19 points ahead of the second place, which means that they can win the championship 6 rounds in advance. Last year, Zheng created the most early championship records in the league, but they only won 4 rounds in advance. Of course, such arithmetic is only theoretical, and it is impossible to happen in reality, but it can't hinder the greatness of Fifen's performance this time. Countless Fifen fans immediately fell into a state of near madness after the initial astonishment. 8 consecutive wins. Ranked first in the standings. And it is certain that they will stay at the top of the standings for at least one more round. Such a brilliant result, they didn't dare to think about it before, but now, they have done it. Li Qing shook his head helplessly. He was a little suffocated after losing this game, but fortunately, this was at the beginning of the season after all, and the impact on the entire season was not particularly large. It's normal to win or lose this game. It was just a matter of millimeters. We were a little impatient and were caught by Fifen. In this situation, we made a little mistake and were punished. Next, this will be our valuable experience, Li Qing said at the press conference after the game. He admitted the team's shortcomings so frankly that the reporters were embarrassed to pursue them. They could only turn around and ask Fifen about his feelings. No feelings, I'm very happy, we're one step closer to successfully staying in the league. Really, I'm not lying to you. I have studied the rankings of the past few seasons and found that only by getting 40 points can it be considered a real success in staying in the league. Although there is hope of staying in the league with 35 points, the possibility of relegation is also very high. 40 points is truly safe. Now we have got 25 points. If we get another 15 points, we can achieve the goal of staying in the league, Zheng Qi said. The reporters vomited blood and fled. Damn, they are still playing like this. It's too much. I'm glad to see that you keep a cool head. Li Qing reached out to Zheng Qi. Well, we won this game by luck. If we want to win the championship, we have to make the luck more reliable. Zheng Qi shook Li Qing's hand and replied. Li Qing smiled and said nothing. Boss, you are not convinced of losing this game. Fifen has such a big advantage now. Are they ready to win the championship directly? He leaped high and asked Li Qing when leaving the court. It's difficult. Although they have no subjective intention to relax, it is actually difficult to change their subjective intention. Moreover, they have won 8 consecutive games and played so well in this game. Their state will definitely decline in the future, and the schedule in the next period of time will also be a big test for them. We should not care about other people's affairs, just do our own things, understand? The team head players nodded collectively. It is obvious that although Li Qing still does not think highly of Fifen, the outside world is already very optimistic about Fifen. After 10 rounds, Fifen got 25 points. Nangguo and team head, ranked second and third, only hit 20 points each. Shenhua also hit 20 points. Then came Changfen, Kangning and Tianlong, all with 19 points. Shenfen had won consecutive games recently and hit 17 points, ranking 8th. The top 8 teams had gradually left behind that teams behind them. However, overall, Fifen's advantage was already quite huge. If the entire league is divided into 3 parts, then from the points point of view, Fifen now occupies the position of rushing for the championship alone, and behind them are 7 traditional strong teams sprinting towards their position, and behind them is a huge relegation army. Fifen has now become a phenomenon. Such a newly promoted team has occupied the first place in the standings with good results. If it was just 1 or 2 games, it would be easier to say. However, since the 6th round, they have been ranked first with the advantage of goal difference and have stayed at the top of the standings for 5 full rounds. Although such performance is not enough for them to win the league championship, just looking at the performance in these 10 rounds, they are the best performing team this season. Since winning the China Cup last season, Fifen has attracted the attention of many people. The famous commentator Yuan Fei even believes that Fifen will become the 3rd level in the league and have the ability to challenge the dominance of Tianhe and Changfen. However, even Yuan Fei himself did not expect that Fifen would be able to achieve such outstanding results in the first Super League season. If they continue like this, they will be the strongest championship contender this season. Of course, Fifen has not been tested too much yet. Among the opponents in the first 10 rounds, there are only 2 strong teams, Shenhua and Tianhe. The champion group still needs to face 5 teams. The next 9 rounds will be a more severe test for them, but after a good performance at the beginning, their confidence will be greatly improved. Various media began to praise Fifen sincerely, but Fifen's performance is indeed worthy of praise. After all, they can achieve such results as a newly promoted team. This is not the first time in the history of the league, but it is a very brilliant one. In such a situation, Fiffin's players will inevitably be affected. Although they have been telling themselves to be low-key and calm, what is the reality? Their mentality has begun to change unconsciously, in terms of seeing through people's hearts. Li Qing's is indeed very, very good. Chapter 502. Sudden termination. In the first 10 rounds of the league, Fiffin had 8 wins, 1 draw and 1 loss. The opponents behind them, namely the recognized strong teams Changfen, Tianhe, Nangguo, Shenhua, Qixinfen, Canning and Tianlong, generally lost at least 2 games. Among them, Changfen and Qixinfen both lost 3 games. Although Canning and Tianlong only lost 1 game like Fiffin, they had more draws. 4 draws made their points gap with Fiffin by 6 points. This performance is indeed the best since the beginning of this season, even the best. Although they only encountered 2 strong teams, Shenhua and Tianhe, in the first 10 rounds, the 8 consecutive wins are still quite valuable. Fiffin's fans are very excited about the team's performance. They have been ranked first for such a long time and have won 1 game after another. This is an extremely wonderful moment. You know, in the last season in the first-class league, they have never won so many games in a row and never reached the first place. They only won 1 game and lost 1 game, and always stayed in the middle. The beautiful reality makes them very happy. More and more fans are beginning to really like Fiffin and support this team. This is a new team. A new team represents all kinds of beauty, the kind of beauty that makes people intoxicated. In the middle of the week, Fiffin welcomed the first game of the China Cup group stage. As the defending champion of the China Cup, Fiffin can enter the group stage directly without playing in the playoffs, and they are also assigned to a good group in the group. The Tianlong team is a good team in the same group, but the other team in that group is a Class A team. 2 of the 3 teams qualify, which is an easy thing for Fiffin. They also easily defeated the Class A team amid the cheers of the fans, and basically qualified for the top 16 of the China Cup. Last year, they almost died in the group stage, but this year they were able to easily advance to the top 16. Such a strong contrast immediately made Fiffin's fans feel that the current Fiffin is indeed much stronger than last year. Our opponent in the next game is Qixinfen. We have never faced 2 strong teams in a row. Everyone should be careful and pay more attention in the game. Do you understand? After the China Cup, they began to prepare for the next league. Fiffin's opponent in the 11th round is Qixinfen. Although Qixinfen did not seem to have a good start this season and was once ranked only in the middle, they are in good shape recently. A wave of 2 consecutive wins has gradually separated them from those mid-range teams. Although they are only ranked 8th, the gap with the top few has narrowed to only 3 points. They are now only 3 points away from Tianhe, which is ranked 2nd. Of course, they are a bit far away from Fiffin, with a gap of 8 points. 8 points is obviously not a score that can be surpassed in 1 game, but for Qixinfen, which did not start very well, they are also in urgent need of victory after victory to save the situation. I am not very familiar with Qixinfen and Fiffin. I only know that their core player is the god-level player Zheng. At the same time, Tamran in their team is also quite outstanding. She is known as the best female player besides Corning's Yuan Shao and Changfeng's Wen Xiang. Although she is not included in the ranks of god-level players, she is also recognized as a quasi-god-level player. Qixinfen only had Zheng, a god-level player before. However, the fact that they have always been a favorite to win the championship has a lot to do with their overall performance. The general level of their players is better than that of other teams, and the overall performance is their best. And there is a reason why they are favored this year. The addition of Zheng Qi has given them the help of a god-level player in addition to their overall excellence. This improvement is very significant and also quite targeted. However, many things in the world are the same truth. Too much is as bad as too little, or good on paper does not mean everything is good. Qixinfen did not have a good start in the new season. They needed to adapt to the arrival of Zheng Qi, who was strong overall. They were more accustomed to overall advancement and collaborative attack. After Zheng Qi ran around everywhere, they really needed to adapt again. Although Zheng Qi himself was a lone hero, he could not really rely on himself to solve all problems. His style also needed the coordination of overall tactics. Under such circumstances, both Qixinfen and Zheng Qi went through a difficult running-in process. In the first 2 rounds, they defeated Jinfeng and the powerful King Quang in succession, which seemed to prove that their running-in had a certain effect. Because of the special nature of this round of the league, this game was postponed again and became the last game of this round. Before the game started, the extraordinary players sat on the mountain and watched the tiger fight, watching the games of other teams. They hoped that those strong teams would lose more, and it would be best if they all lost. The idea of losing all seemed a bit greedy, but their wishes, to some extent, were fulfilled. Zheng Qi seemed to have used up all their goals in the last round. They lost to the weak team in this round. Shen Hua was hit hard by Xiu and was defeated by the opponent at home. Nanguo and Canning were not much better. They were tied by their opponents. Only Tin He and Tin Long were more motivated. They defeated their opponents and consolidated their rankings in the standings. This is great news. Now only Tin He continues to bite us, but it doesn't matter. Once we defeat Xinfen, we can lead by 5 points again and leave the other teams behind. Fifen's fans can be said to be quite expectant. Strong teams have encountered setbacks, and Fifen is now in high spirits. If they defeat Xinfen again, their next schedule will be easier. If this continues, Fifen really has a chance to hit the league championship, although it is still early. Although it seems a bit hasty to say that winning the championship now, who can stop Fifen's fans from dreaming? They went to the scene with great enthusiasm to watch the last game of this round. Fifen played against Xinfen away. If such a match was put in the beginning of the league, the fans of Fifen would definitely be more nervous. In the away game, the opponent is a well-known strong team. Can Fifen beat the opponent? This is a question. But now, the fans of Fifen will not worry about anything. Their team has proved their strength in the previous games. Shen Hua and Tin He are teams with better results than Xinfen in recent years. Their current rankings and points are also higher than Xinfen. They were all defeated by Fifen. Will Xinfen be the opponent of Fifen? Of course, every opponent in the Super League is excellent, and there is no absolute certainty in every game, but we are in such a good state recently, there is no reason to lose, right? Win this game and continue to maintain a 5-point advantage. In this way, Fifen will be able to play more easily in the next game. Although it seems that there is no need to think about the league championship now, if we can win one game after another like this, then the championship isn't at Fifen's pocket. Fifen is the best in the league now. The level will not be worse than any other team. Of course, we can dream about it. More than 10 million Fifen fans poured into the home stadium at Xinfen. In terms of numbers and enthusiasm, they were not inferior to the traditional powerhouse Xinfen. The fans of Xinfen vowed to defend their home honor. However, under their roars, the Fifen fans still stubbornly tied with the opponent in the away game. Fifen fans with such performance are obviously great, just like the name of the team they support, Fifen. After all, it is a great thing to be able to tie with the Xinfen fans in the away game. Even the fans of Changfeng and Tin He, who have more numbers, can rarely do this. However, after 90 minutes, it was the fans of Xinfen who cheered thoroughly. Fifen fans looked at the final score with some disappointment. It was a very small score of 1-0, with the home team in front and the away team behind. Fifen's 8-game winning streak ended at this moment. In this game, Xinfen showed unparalleled patience and kept fighting with Fifen. Fifen was also very patient. The two sides fought fiercely in every corner of the map. Whether it was overall attack or individual confrontation, Fifen had a slight advantage. However, such an advantage did not seem to be enough for Fifen's players to create decisive opportunities. Bin Shikai also worked hard on the court, but it was obvious that Xinfen's players were very patient and careful, and did not give Bin Shikai any chance. They made almost no mistakes in defense, and almost did not give Fifen any space and opportunity to score. Bin Shikai played on the court for more than 60 minutes, but he could not create any chance. In the first half, with a score of 0-0, Xinfen did not have the slightest chance to be impatient, just like they were satisfied with a draw. In this case, the situation was delayed. Although Fifen's players knew that a draw was fine, and although they knew that they must not be impatient at this time, they still inevitably began to be impatient. At this time, the value of the cold-blooded killer Zheng Qi was fully demonstrated. It was also a small flaw, but Zheng Qi seized it. Under the cover of his teammates, he suddenly appeared beside Su Jing and killed her with one blow. Without the auxiliary core, Fifen was in chaos for a while, and the Xinfen players attacked all the way with the help of the auxiliary core, and finally gained a strategic advantage and scored a precious goal. In the following time, they also maintained the leading advantage until the end of the game. Fifen's undefeated record ended at this moment. They did not lose the first place in the standings, but lost the record of consecutive victories. Such a sudden end made many Fifen fans a little difficult to accept. Chapter 503 Stabilizing the situation. We didn't have a big problem in this game. It's just that we lost this game because of a more accidental goal. Otherwise, it would be more reasonable for this game to be a draw. This is normal. We had bad luck in this game, but we had better luck in the last round, otherwise it should have been a draw. Of course, we will be very happy in this situation, because the points obtained from 1 win and 1 loss are 1 more point than 2 draws. At the press conference after the game, Zheng Qi seemed relatively calm. Although he was also disappointed with the loss of this game, losing the game under such circumstances would not affect Fifan's morale. Instead, it would make them sober up and let them realize that the previous 8 consecutive wins were certainly the reason for their excellent strength, but if it were not for a certain amount of luck and other factors, they would not have had any great advantages. Zheng had an extremely correct attitude in this game, and they were also a little luckier, but they defeated them. Similar things will happen next time. However, failing in this way will not make them doubt their own strength. More importantly, they are still ranked first in the league. Such a loss may be an opportunity to sober up. This is a wonderful victory. Fifan performed well, and we also performed well. I have to say that this game was so hard despite our preparations, which is enough to prove that Fifan is also an excellent team. We encountered some problems at the beginning of the season, but we will perform better next time. The head coach of Zheng said. Fifan did have many reasons for losing this game, and even the media could find many of them, too many consecutive wins, so the state was inevitably declining. It was the first time for them to face 2 strong teams in a row in the Super League, and they had no experience. There were more games recently, and there was a cup game between the 2 league games, and the Fifan players' energy was a little too much. These are all reasons. Externally, Fifan is trying to calm the negative impact of this defeat, but internally, they can't deceive themselves like this. In the final analysis, our mentality has been a little impetuous recently. Yes, we have won the honor of 8 consecutive victories, which is amazing. This is the longest winning streak this season, and it may even be the longest winning streak of the entire season. But what is such a record? It means nothing. In the previous winning streak records, each team with the winning streak won the league championship, which made their winning streak more valuable. And now, we haven't got anything yet. Maybe you think that what I said is a bit harsh, but if we want to hit the 5-time champion next, we have to concentrate our attention in every game, so that we can fully display our level. Don't forget, we are not an ordinary team. Our next goal is to win the 5-time champion, not just a certain championship. Any slackness is not allowed, do you understand? Zheng Qi said quite angrily in the team meeting. His anger stunned the Fifan players. Zheng Qi has always been relatively low-key in Fifan. Although he is the head coach, he rarely gets angry. He prefers to use calm words to let the players know what his attitude is. And now, he is angry. What I care about is not this point, but the problem that occurred in the game. This is indeed just a small problem, but for us who were determined to win the 5-time champion, it is a big problem. Even though those strong teams have some problems now, their ability to adjust themselves is much better than ours. We can't make such problems again, do you understand? In the next game, we must concentrate our attention better, and then accumulate the advantages of the entire league through 1 point after another. This is the way to play the league. Among the 5 championships of the 5-time champion, the league is the longest, the most important, and the one that cannot be relaxed. What we have to do is to get used to this strict requirement and then launch an impact. Do you understand? Everyone nodded at the same time. I understand. Zheng Qi breathed a sigh of relief, and then said, "This is why I think this year is an opportunity to train us. We are bound to make such mistakes, but when mistakes happen, we must know how they occur, and then eliminate these options little by little, so that we can play a better role." I won't say more. Everyone is really tired recently, but there is no holiday. Train well for a week, and in the next game, use your performance to prove that our previous performance was not a flash in the pan. For most people, this approach might be a bit demanding, but Zheng Qi knew that now was a good time for all the players to be alert. Of course, this was also related to the composition of Fifan. Most of them wanted to challenge the highest honor. In this way, they could tolerate Zheng Qi's strict approach. Zheng Qi was more suitable to lead such newcomers, rather than veterans. Although they lost the game, Fifan was still ranked first, which made the impact of their defeat not seem very big. Of course, they were another strong team in the next round, Tianlong, which was now ranked third. With the help of the last precious victory, Tianlong rushed to the third place in one breath, and the point gap with Fifan was only 3 points. The consecutive battles against Team Head, Zheng and Tianlong were also a huge test for Fifan. If they had not lost the game in the last round, they might have relaxed a little in this game. However, now, they dared not relax at all. The victory of Zheng in the last round made Jinlong know that he should be more patient in the game with Fifan. The first thing is not to lose the ball, and then wait for Fifan to get impatient. For Jinlong, although they have good results now, they have not been able to really impact the championship, which makes them a little lacking in confidence. So in the away game against Fifan, they used a more stable tactic and started to tangle with Fifan in the midfield. The opponent's seemingly unpromising behavior made Fifan's fans feel a little proud. Yes, although we lost the last game, Zheng played very cautiously. The same is true for Jinlong. If we are not really outstanding now, they will not be so cautious, right? The two sides started to tangle in every corner of the map. Jinlong's tactical thinking is good, but after the lesson of the last game, Fifan's players will not relax at all in the game. This point is very important. At the same time, compared with Zheng, although Rose, the core of Jinlong, is not inferior to when he got level player, he does not have a good player like Zheng Qi to help him. Since Xiongfei left, Jinlong's performance has also been affected to a certain extent. If Rose had not maintained a high level because of such stimulation, they would not continue to remain in the ranks of strong teams. After all, when Xiongfei left, it was because he was capable of being a core player and was not convinced by Rose that he left. If Rose performed mediocrely after Xiongfei left, wouldn't that just confirm Xiongfei's idea? Just to fight for this breath in front of his old teammates, Rose would work hard to perform well. In fact, he did perform quite well in the past year or so, and other players also surrounded him better to make him perform well. For such a god-level player, if he can always perform at his best, then he can do a lot. In the past year or so, Jinlong's performance has not only not declined, but has increased. All of this is inseparable from Rose's outstanding performance. But after all, he is only one person. Moreover, Jinlong's overall level is not as strong as Zheng's. Zheng's average level is higher than most of the Super League teams. Although Jinlong is also excellent, it is still a little worse than Zheng. At the same time, with their current tactics, they are too dependent on Rose. It's not that Rose wants his teammates to rely on him, but in the past year or so, his performance has been so outstanding, so his teammates will of course unconsciously surround him. In this case, it is normal to form dependence. Fifan did not have any other specific tactics in this game. He just tried to cut off the connection between Rose and his teammates in the case of entanglement. It is not easy to do this, and the other players of Jinlong are not players who can't do anything once they leave Rose. But as long as the players of Jinlong feel that something is wrong in their performance and affect their performance to a certain extent, that's enough. In this case, Jinlong certainly did not reveal any flaws, and Bin Shiqiang did not find any opportunities, but in the stalemate, Fifan still relied on a strong attack and scored the first goal. After losing the ball, Jinlong knew that they were going to be at a disadvantage. In the following games, Fifan played more stably and did not give Jinlong any chance. Then in the second half of the game, he scored another goal through a counter-attack. 2-0, Fifan locked the victory. After facing 3 consecutive top teams, including 1 loss, they tenaciously won the game, allowing themselves to continue to maintain the first place in the standings, and also stabilize the confidence of the whole team. This is also a very rare thing. Many new teams with good results have a chain reaction after a loss, and they've lost again and again. Fifan stabilized his lineup under such a critical situation, which was enough to prevent them from collapsing. Xiongfei, who was hiding in his home to watch the game, suddenly regretted it a little. If he hadn't made a fuss at the time, Jinlong might be in a better situation now. After all, Jinlong lost this game unfairly. If he was there, maybe he could win it. Maybe they can hit the league championship this year. Chapter 504 Big Goal. Everyone has their own ideas. When making decisions, they are often not made independently, but after a combination of many factors. Of course, whether it is wise or correct can only be truly known afterwards. After all, many things are not that you think the direction is correct, so the direction must be correct. From the result to the route, any normal-minded person will appear wise and powerful, with accurate judgment and clear logic. It is natural, but when you were in the game, it is not so easy to see clearly. Xiongfei always felt that his decision to leave Jinlong was right, even though many people thought his approach was stupid. But he had a different view for many reasons. First of all, although Jinlong is a strong team in the Super League, there are perverted teams like Tinhe Changfeng and traditional strong teams like Nanguosha and Huaxinfeng. Even Corning, a team composed of women that he despised, can compete with Jinlong. Surrounded by such strong teams, it is simply too difficult for Jinlong to get some heavyweight owners. It is almost an impossible task. Moreover, although he was not very old at the time, he was already 23 years old. Among the other outstanding God-level players, the oldest Bin Xiaoqiang was in his early 30s. Li Qing's was only 27 or 28, Lu Xiaoshan was 25 or 26, and other top players such as Yi Mo, Fang Yuan, Sun Fei, Daixing, Jie Xingyu, and Yao Zi were all about the same age as him, and only 1 or 2 years older. It was almost impossible for him to use his youth and strength to outlast those old guys. Moreover, the year before he left, Cheng also had a Shen Fei, who was very young and very awesome. Not to mention that he won the most valuable Best Newcomer award. He became a well-deserved God-level player in his early 20s, younger than himself. Would he have a chance to stand out? This incident also reminded Xiang Fei of one thing. Although he was the youngest among the current batch of God-level players, he should not forget that there are always talented people in every generation. Maybe a younger generation who is even more awesome will emerge at any time. It was precisely because of these factors that he felt that it was almost impossible for Jinlong to win a championship with high goal content. Under such circumstances, being the second person in a seemingly strong team might not be as comfortable as being the boss in a mid-level team. Daixing was also a God-level player, but in Xiang Fei's opinion, Daixing might not be better than himself, but he was much more famous and had a much higher income than Xiang Fei. There was only one reason for this, that is, Daixing was the well-deserved top player in Xingyu, a mid-level team, so he chose Hong Yuan at the time. Although Hong Yuan was a Class A team, it had abundant financial resources. Don't underestimate this point. After entering the Super League, a team with abundant financial resources can easily make a leap and gain a foothold. Being the boss in such a team would be much more comfortable than being the second in Tianlong. As long as you are a man, no one wants to be second. After making this decision, Xiang Fei has never regretted it. Even though he was defeated by Fifan in the playoffs last season, he did not think that his judgment was wrong. After all, Fifan is a team that is too amazing. There is only one team like this in so many years. But today, Xiang Fei regretted it a little. Jinlong played so well this season. If he hadn't left, he would have had the opportunity to challenge the league championship together. Even if he failed in the end, as long as he could always have the possibility of challenging the championship, his value would rise. However, there is no regret medicine in the world. Putting aside Xiang Fei's somewhat regretful mentality, after winning this round of the league, Fifan's situation is much better than before. Team Head, which ranked second before, had a fierce battle with Kenning in the away game. In the end, the two sides tied 3-3. The female players of Kenning showed extremely outstanding courage. They tied the score 3 times. Jinlong was defeated by Fifan. Qishanfen, who defeated Fifan in the previous round, was tied by a weak team in this round. Chengfen shocked everyone in this round. They swept Shenhua 6-0 at home. Two teams of almost the same level played like this, which made Shenhua very embarrassed. Chengfen started to go crazy. Many media commented like this. Since the start of this year's game, Chengfen's state has indeed been somewhat unstable. Sometimes they would lose uncomfortably, and sometimes they would win by several goals. Although they are good at offense, they rarely have such ups and downs. It can only be said that Chengfen does have some problems now. In contrast, Nangguo is unusually stable. They easily defeated Jianman, who was quite powerful, in this round of away games, and tied Team Head in points, ranking in the top 2. In this way, Fifan has unknowingly expanded their lead. They are now 4 points ahead of Team Head and Nangguo respectively. After a series of setbacks, Shenhua has slipped from being tied for first place to 9th place. Its points have been tied by Xingyu, which has performed quite well recently. However, these two teams both have 20 points, and the 10th place Qingxing has only 15 points, which is relatively stable. Since the start of this season, the performance of each strong team has fluctuated, which has also created the largest championship group in the past decade. Fifan, as a newly promoted team, now ranks first with 28 points. Behind it are Team Nangguo with 24 points, Chengfen Tianlong with 22 points, Qishanfen Corning with 21 points, and Shenhua Xingyu with 20 points. With the rise of Fifan, Xingyu, which has always been in the middle, has also joined the championship. Outside of these 9 teams, the 10th ranked Qingxing has only 15 points, and Lingdong and Minfen, who are tied at the bottom, have 7 points. The gap between the two is the same as the largest gap in the championship group, which is 8 points. This situation means that this season's league, whether it is winning or relegation, will be the most intense in the past decade. Strong teams are not strong, and weak teams are not weak. This is the theme of this season. Fifen ranks first, but they have lost to Yushan. The top few strong teams have also lost points and suffered losses to weak teams. It seems that this season, the second half will be the time for everyone to launch an all-out attack. Various media outlets have made some comments on the 11 rounds of games, but it is normal. This year's league is indeed much more lively than in previous years. It's chaotic, the more chaotic the better. If it's not chaotic, how can we take advantage? Fifen thought in a very vulgar way. They are indeed prone to mistakes now, but since all strong teams have some problems, it seems that their mistakes are nothing. Of course, when it comes to the second half of the game, the strong teams will no longer have those inexplicable mistakes. At the time, the real competitors will surface. However, Fifen is very indifferent to this. Anyway, if we can win the championship this season, we must win it. If we can't win it, we must train ourselves well. In addition to Fifen, another group of people were also extremely satisfied with this season, that is, the bookmakers. Since the beginning of this season, all kinds of situations have occurred, and upsets have occurred one after another, which has made them earn a lot of money. Only 1/3 of the year has passed, and their income can match the entire year of previous years, but think about it, the league has been balanced for many years in the past few years. Fifen Team has been singing all the way, and other teams have been following behind. In this relatively balanced situation, it is actually difficult for bookmakers to do anything, and they can't reach the game. However, the so-called world situation has been calm for so many years, and it is time for chaos. Only in troubled times can heroes emerge. The heroes who suppressed everyone in the past seem to be unable to suppress the entire league, so it is natural for others to emerge. But will Changfeng and Tinhe really be unable to suppress it? Others are also overthinking. For Changfeng and Tinhe, they will never give up the hope of ruling the league, and Lu Xiaoshan and Li Qing's will not lose any confidence in the game. Although there have been some ups and downs, is their performance really bad? Tinhe is now ranked second, with only 4 points less than Fifen. Although Changfeng lost 4 league games, which was a bit surprising, they are still ranked fourth, with only 6 points less than Fifen. Under such circumstances, they are definitely not without chances. On the contrary, under such a chaotic situation, they have avoided the situation that would have been the target of public criticism in previous years. They are hidden in a huge championship team and quietly accumulate their strength. Such Changfeng and Tinhe are the most terrifying. For this, neither Fifen nor each other will give up. Fifen has the power to disrupt the situation, and their start is also very beautiful. However, no matter how beautiful it is, it cannot cover up the problems that are difficult to solve in this year. No matter how good the situation is, Zhu Shan will not relax his vigilance. After all, Fifen's state is really good recently. When it comes to the middle of the season or the beginning of the second half of the league, their state and performance will probably decline. At the time, it will be the time for experienced teams like Tinhe and Changfeng to exert their strength. Train well and try to make yourself stronger. This is the safest way. We will be very tired this year, and we will be even more tired next year. However, under such tiring conditions, we can still reach the top. Do you understand? Zhu Shan began to spur the Fifen players like a devil coach, and the Fifen players gritted their teeth and persisted. The reason for this change is that Zhu Shan and Meng Fan had talked and knew that Fifen had a big dream and a big goal. Zhu Shan had never thought that he could participate in such a dream before, but now he understands that he has the ability to participate in such a game. In this way, Fifen's overall strength will be greatly improved, and Zhu Shan himself will be able to find his own value in such an impact. The glory of the 5-time champion will not only belong to the players, but also to the head coach, and even more to everyone in the entire club. In this process, everyone needs to contribute their own strength. Chapter 505. Terrible schedule. In the 13th round of the league, Fifen continued to make efforts and swept the weak team's Thongbang away. After defeating Changfeng, this team ushered in bad luck. Their opponents always took them seriously, which makes Thongbang suffer setbacks, and now they are close to the relegation zone. After losing to Fifen, they slipped from the 15th to the 17th, only 1 step away from the relegation zone. Fifen certainly has no sympathy for this. The league is like this. I can't lose my hope of winning the championship in order to keep you in the league, right? In another game, Tinhe, who performed steadily, suffered a Waterloo. They lost to the newly promoted Chong Sao. In this game, Chong Sao's captain Wei performed extremely well. The whole game allowed Zheng Qi to continuously gain advantages and finally won this precious victory. After winning this game, Zheng Qi's ranking continued to remain in the 10th place. Although it is not as eye-catching as SYNOPSIS, as a newly promoted team, it is already amazing to have such a performance. Zheng Qi defeated its opponent and climbed to the 3rd place without a word, while Nanguo defeated Jinlong in a focus match and took the 2nd place. Qin slipped to the 4th place, and Tianlong, who lost this round, fell in the ranking. After Shenhua and Xinfeng tied, the two brothers also fell. Xiu, however, took advantage of the victory in this league and rushed to the 6th place, which was very close to Kangning. The situation in the league was still very chaotic. When it came to the next round, SYNOPSIS faced Zheng Qi. The first match between the two newly promoted teams. In last year's A-level league, both sides won one game each and tied. However, everyone knew that SYNOPSIS was training the team last year. Their performance in the A-level league was not convincing. If Zheng Qi, like Hong Yuan, met SYNOPSIS, who had to win at the last moment, then it would be almost impossible for them to win at home. This has been proven in this season's Super League. As a newly promoted team, Zheng Qi performed very well in the Super League, but SYNOPSIS' performance was even top-notch. In the transfer at the beginning of the season, Zheng Qi did not change much. After all, they did not have much personnel turnover in the A-League. They just retired 2 veterans and introduced 2 strong players to fill the gap. The advantages and disadvantages of this approach are obvious. The advantage is that the team has been greatly stabilized and can play to its full potential without much running in. The disadvantages are also obvious. The strength seems to have reached a ceiling and there is no possibility of further breakthrough. However, Zheng Qi itself is a midstream team. After being relegated, their strength did not lose much. Instead, they trained the team in the A-League. Now blindly changing blood is not good. In fact, their judgment is correct. In the new season, although Zheng Qi's performance is not particularly good, it is stable in the middle, which is already a great success. However, for the players of Zheng Qi, they were very glorious in the A-League last season. When they arrived in the Super League, they could only see the glory of the extraordinary players, which made them feel very uncomfortable. Of course, they also know that the extraordinary glory is glorious, but that is what they deserve. They do have such strength. It's just that they admit it. When they meet in the league, they also want to compete with SYNOPSIS with good performance, so that everyone knows that SYNOPSIS is not the only promoted team with outstanding performance. In this regard, Yin Shuang, who is now ranked 14th, feels very calm. After coming to SYNOPSIS' home court, Zheng Qi performed very tenaciously. Even in the last season, they lost without any temper at SYNOPSIS' home court, but they still fought to the last moment. But although they tried very hard in the game, Zheng Qi still lost with 2 goals without any temper. Compared with last season, they had to work harder this time, but in fact, on the field, they were worse than last season. It can only be said that SYNOPSIS was not as good as it is now last season, and Zheng Qi now has not made much progress compared with last season. In the game, SYNOPSIS still patiently dealt with the opponent, and did not reveal any flaws throughout the game. Of course, maybe they did reveal flaws, but Zheng Qi did not have the ability to catch their flaws. After all, even if they revealed flaws before, only teams of Xinfeng's level made SYNOPSIS suffer. Although the players of Zheng Qi tried very hard in the game, they inevitably encountered some problems in operation, but such problems were easily caught by SYNOPSIS. 2-0, SYNOPSIS won 3 games in a row after losing the 11th round, showing their excellent state, which seemed to prove that their loss was not due to any problems with themselves. However, SYNOPSIS fans were quite regretful. If they had been luckier in the game against Xinfeng and won by chance, SYNOPSIS would have won 12 games in a row. There is only 1 game left before SYNOPSIS' unprecedented 13th consecutive victory. Of course, this statement makes no sense, but the fans of SYNOPSIS still feel very sorry. If the game hadn't reminded us, we might not have won these 3 games. Don't mention this kind of if. If it doesn't become a reality, it can only be if. Meng Fan said this in the team. Whether it is him or Zhu Shan, they are treating the SYNOPSIS players in a way of staying up all night. The reason is very simple. Most of the SYNOPSIS players are still very young. They need to be spurred on, and they need to endure loneliness and their tempers before they can fully bring out their talents and standards. Now that the SYNOPSIS players have got level accounts, their personal potential is not bad. They are all serious professional players. Those who can become professional players have excellent potential. It just depends on whether they can fully bring out their talents. There are many factors that limit professional players from fully bringing out their talents. The only one that cannot be solved by training and cultivation is their account problem. Since the Fifen players are so lucky to have god-level accounts, it would be a waste if they don't bring out their talents well. The extraordinary players were also very clear about this. They knew that Zhu Shan and Meng Fan were not only doing this for the good of the team, but also for their own good. So no matter how difficult it was, they gritted their teeth and supported it. Don't mention it, their performances already impressed me. Privately, Meng Fan said this to Zhu Shan. Yes, I trust their temperament. As long as they are rational players, they know that this is for their own good. But in such heavy and tiring training, they can still perform so well in the game. It's really amazing. Zhu Shan nodded. 14 rounds of the first half of the game have passed, and there are still 10 rounds. I hope their condition will not decline. If this progress can be delayed, when the summer off-season comes, we will have enough time to adjust their condition and mood. Meng Fan agreed with him. It's a bit difficult. Zhu Shan thought for a while and said, I have been observing the recent training very carefully. Although their spirits are still very high, their energy and state will inevitably show a downward trend. They are really too tired. Although such fatigue can squeeze out their greatest potential, it will inevitably bring them a huge burden. Isn't this within our expectations? Meng Fan laughed. And the current results are much better than we expected. Don't forget that we just asked to be able to stay in the league. Zhu Shan also laughed. Indeed, Fifen set a very low goal at the beginning of this season. It would be enough to be able to stay in the league. Next year will be the time to break out. Now, they have been ranked first in the league and will continue like this. This is much better than they expected. Of course, judging from the schedule, Fifen had taken some advantages before. They didn't encounter many strong enemies in the first 10 rounds, and they encountered 3 strong opponents in 3 consecutive games before. Because of their good condition and full fighting spirit, their performance was not affected and they achieved relatively good results. As for the schedule, if one part is easy, the next part will be very difficult. Fifen is no exception. Fifen's fans are now happy that Fifen ranks first, but they are also worried about the next game. The reason is simple. In the next 3 rounds of the league, Fifen's opponents are as follows. In the 15th round of the league, Fifen will play against Canning at home. In the 16th round of the league, Fifen will challenge Zheng Qi away. In the 17th round of the league, Fifen will play against Nangwu at home. It was not until the 18th and 19th rounds that Fifen faced slightly weaker opponents, but even if they were weak, they were not really weak teams, but they were weaker than the first 3 teams. In the 18th round, they played against Jianmang, and in the 19th round, they played against Xinyu. These 2 teams are mid-level teams second only to the strong teams, and they've always performed very well. Just look at the rankings. Canning is now ranked 5th, Zheng Qi is ranked 3rd, Nangwu is ranked 2nd, Jianmang is ranked 10th, and Xinyu is ranked 7th. In other words, the next 5 opponents are all top 10 teams, including the 2nd and 3rd place. Such a schedule would make any team feel dazed. Moreover, the current state of Fifen players has indeed begun to decline. Not only Zhu Shan knows this, but Fifen's fans are also a little worried. Anyone who often watches the game knows that after a team performs extremely well for a period of time, the next decline is almost inevitable. It just depends on the decline trend of the team, whether it is just a slight decline or a large decline, and this will include many factors. Chapter 506. Unwilling to give up. Recently, I'm not in good shape, and the schedule is terrible, but what do we have to be afraid of? It's nothing more than playing one game after another. Zheng Qi said to the other players of Fifen very seriously, but after he finished speaking, he found that everyone was looking at him with a very strange look. Why do you want to look at me like this? Zheng Qi asked. Nothing, but Captain, what's the point of saying this nonsense? Don't we all know this truth? Zheng Qi replied. Damn, then tell me what the reason is. Zheng Qi said dissatisfiedly. What else can it be? Every game we play next will be difficult. Judging from the schedule, every game in the next 5 games will be difficult for us to play, including a group match in the cup competition, but so what? Even if we don't perform well, even if we keep losing and are no longer the first in the league, as long as we seriously experience this feeling and make ourselves stronger, we will be able to attack the peak next year. Is that what you mean? Zheng Qi asked back. Oh, you've made a difference. You know all this? Zheng Qi asked in surprise. Nonsense, the coach and Uncle Meng have said similar things, and you have said it several times. Who wouldn't know it? Zheng Qi said. Ah, have I said it so many times? Zheng Qi touched his head and asked the others. The others nodded. Yes, boss, you say it almost every day. If this goes on, we will be nervous even if we are not nervous. Li Rui said. Okay, it never hurts to hear this kind of thing a few more times. Zheng Qi waved his hand. We have to be careful in the next game against Corning. Although we beat them in the China Cup last year, the past is the past. This year's Corning is much better than last year. Li Yuan's joining is a great help to their defensa. Their offensive itself is very distinctive. The extraordinary players all agreed with this point. Corning performed well last year, and their defensa has been greatly supplemented after Li Yuan joined this year. Once the defensa of a team with very distinctive offensive is strengthened, the effect is immediate. Moreover, Li Yuan is not an organizational player who organizes the entire back line, but a defensive stalwart with good personal abilities. Such a player may not be able to bring a team's defense to a higher level, but the advantage is that he can immediately show his strength as soon as he joins, and the improvement he brings is immediate. Corning has been the team with the fewest losses in the entire league so far. They have only lost 1 game, while Fifan and Nanguo have lost 2 games each, Qinhe has lost 3 games, and Chengfeng has lost 4 games. However, Corning has more draws, with 6 draws in 14 games, so the ranking seems a bit low. What seems unfair is that Corning is not focused on defensa. Many of their draws are 2, 2, 3, 3, and there is no nil-nil draw. It can only be said that they have maintained the integrity of their offensive under the circumstances of strengthening defensa. However, due to various factors, the number of goals scored has not decreased too much, so there are too many draws. In the league, too many draws are of course not a good thing. As Yushan said before, 2 draws without a loss only have 2 points, while 1 win and 1 loss have 3 points, and at the same time, one opponent's score is reduced. So we must not underestimate them. Their strength should be higher than the ranking. Yushan said before the game. After the start of the 15th round of the game, Fifan immediately felt the pressure brought by Corning. Although the attackers are basically all female players, no one in the entire league would think that these female players play softly. These girls who look delicate are more fierce than men. They are good at solving opponents with hearty attacks. Fifan was patient and began to deal with them. Now Fifan is still very good at defensa. Although they lack a player who can organize the defense line, Chen Lin, Fu Lei and Zhu Yi are all good defensive players. In addition, they are strong overall. The attackers participate in defense in a similar way. Under the opponent's fierce attack, they can still protect the defense line without any problems. In the past games, even teams such as Qinhe Xinfen could hardly rely on fierce attacks to cause Fifan's defense line to have too many problems. However, in this game, Corning relied on a fierce attack that almost ignored itself to tear open the Fifan's defense line. When Chandler sent the ball into the Fifan gate, the crazy shouts of Corning fans rang out in the stands. Corning took the lead. The fierce attack from Can9 made Fifan a little confused. Their condition was not very good to begin with, and they wanted to deal with the opponent properly. However, in such a fierce attack, their shortcomings were caught by the opponent at once. With the declining condition, they could not maintain the invincible level of defense before. Under such circumstances, their performance would certainly be greatly affected. Can9's offense was already very good. They were in a similar situation to Xinfen, with 2 God-level players and several quasi-God-level players, and the level of other ordinary players was also better than that of ordinary Super League players. They were quite strong both as a whole and individually. Don't worry about defensa. Yushan responded quickly. He said in the team channel, strengthen the offensa, attack from every angle, involve them, and play to our personal strengths. Seeing Yushan's instructions in the team channel, Mengfan in the stands relaxed his brows and nodded in appreciation. Fifan was able to use defensive tactics before because the players were in good shape and focused, but now the players' condition has begun to decline. Even if it is not obvious, they can't be watertight in defensa. Instead of continuing to tangle, it is better to launch a fierce attack to test their offensive level. The previous dozen rounds of the league have allowed them to adapt to the rhythm of the Super League. Now, even if there is no specific tactical arrangement, they can rely on their personal abilities to create some opportunities. More importantly, playing an open offensive tactic requires excellent coordination in a small range and excellent offensive ability of the players, but does not require too high a tolerance rate. This is in line with Fifan's current situation. Of course, this tactic is different from Fifan's previous defensive tactics. The swing back and forth may cause some impact. However, for Fifan, they don't have a fixed tactic at all. This is what Yushan wants to see. He is not a coach who can manage a complete set of tactics. His tactical arrangements are more specific and targeted. Meng Fan is responsible for the style of the whole team, and Meng Fan also doesn't think it is necessary to let Fifan's players adapt to any new tactics. In his opinion, Fifan's players are actually very plastic. It's unnecessary to limit them now. A season of test can do a lot of things. Meng Fan is a man with strategic vision, and not everyone can make such a big move. If it weren't for a club like Fifan with a relatively simple personnel composition and no high-level constraints, his plan would definitely be opposed by countless people. But now, no one will have any objection to his plan. Fifan launched a fierce attack on the court. They no longer attacked as cautiously as before, but continued to launch fierce attacks, trying to rely on their own strength to win the entire game. This time, it was the turn of Corning to be caught off guard. After all, they were a team that was better at attacking. At the beginning, they used defense to show their strongest point. After taking the lead, they were ready to deal with Fifan's millstone-like attack and prepared for a protracted war. As a result, Fifan turned it into a blitzkrieg. As a result, Corning suffered a great loss. After being attacked continuously by Fifan, Corning's players were taken away by concentrated fire as soon as they came into contact. When they stabilized their position and prepared to defend, Fifan's attack began to become more fierce. They kept attacking Corning's defense line, divided into several small teams, and constantly launched attacks from all directions. As a result, Corning's defense was a little bit overwhelmed. Their defense was originally a relatively weak point, and now they were attacked from all directions by Fifan. Li Yuan's defense was relatively safe, but he was alone. After continuous attacks, Fifan finally seized the opportunity and equalized the score. When they equalized the score, only 10 minutes had passed in the whole game, and both sides scored a goal in 10 minutes. This was rarely seen in Fifan's previous games. Either Fifan crushed the opponent like a rotten wood, or the two sides were in a stalemate and scored a goal with difficulty. I have never seen such a mutual attack, and then each scored a goal quickly. The state is declining, but the offensive is fine, and I can play more freely. Zhu Shan thought to himself. For the players of Corning, seeing that the opponent used the offensive to equalize the score quickly, the group of girls immediately began to be quite unconvinced. You didn't attack like this to others, but you attacked like this to us. What does it mean? Chandler said. Yes, you look down on us, right? And Lily added fuel to the fire. Yuan Xiao glanced at the two teammates. She knew that they were suspected of fanning the flames. However, for Corning, the three words unwilling to admit defeat had long been engraved in the hearts of all of them. Because they refused to admit defeat, they fought for their own world as women. Although men and women are equal, there is still some discrimination in youth training. If they didn't have this unyielding spirit, they wouldn't have come to this point today. Sisters, let's show them how powerful we are. Yuan Xiao waved her arms and shouted heroically. Li Yuan smiled bitterly and looked at the few male players in Cantoning. They were most embarrassed at this time. Should they answer together? Chapter 507. Such horror. There is no doubt that the players of Corning have a spirit of not admitting defeat, and what about the players at Fifan? They are young, energetic, and have the same spirit of not admitting defeat. Under such emotions, the players of both sides staged a vigorous offensive and defensive confrontation. This kind of high-level offensive and defensive confrontation is actually difficult to appear. After all, there are only a few strong teams, and strong teams tend to be more conservative when they meet. Under such circumstances, the offensive and defensive confrontation in the strong dialogue is even rarer, and this game has appeared. After tying the score, Fifan's morale was greatly boosted, and he began to take the initiative to continuously suppress Corning's offensive. Under the vigorous pressing, Corning made a mistake in the offensive, and the experienced bencher Kailang seized the opportunity and grabbed the ball after a sneak attack. Then Fifan took advantage of the situation to launch an offensive. After continuous contact, he finally defeated Corning's defense through a forced kill and took the lead. After scoring a goal at the beginning, Fifan quickly equalized and overtook the score, which made Corning very dissatisfied. After all, for them, they rarely encountered such a situation this season. Generally, they were equalized by the opponent after they took the lead, although they had more draws since the beginning of this season. Therefore, in such a situation, generally speaking, the morale of the lacking party would be greatly affected, but Corning quickly launched a counter-attack and began to attack with more enthusiasm. Such a strong opponent, most of whom are female players, is still a little unprepared for Fifan. Although they have met Corning before, Corning last year was obviously more high-profile, and did not think much of Fifan, nor did he put Fifan through a real test. but now Corning will not let Fifen take advantage of such an advantage. Fifen is now a very strong team, and they will no longer have any contempt for them. After a tough confrontation and entanglement, before the end of the first half, Canning equalized the score again through a tenacious attack. This time, it was the defensive player Li Yuan who played a role. His forced forward insertion caused some problems in Fifen's defense line. Yuan Shao took the opportunity to command several teammates around him to launch a fierce attack at the same time, and finally defeated Fifen's defense line and equalized the score again. In the first half, the two sides tied 2-2, and both played quite openly on the court, which made the fans very happy. After all, they still prefer to see exciting games. Our state has declined, so let's make up for it from other places. Our level is here. Even if we play more unrestrainedly, it will not affect our performance, but it can better exercise your personal game perception. Before, we acted more as a whole, but now, we can try to play individually. Zhu Shan said with a smile in the locker room. In fact, what he said was a last resort. When the state declines, the state declines. This cannot be restored by human power. It is obviously inappropriate to continue to use the previous tactics. After all, when the extraordinary players are in a declining state, it is difficult to continue the previous tactics of not revealing flaws and entangled with the opponent, and then relying on Ben Shikayang's intuition to solve the battle. This tactic does have its own limitations. It is difficult to not reveal flaws in defense alone, and you have to actively cooperate with Ben Shikayang. Perhaps this is why Thunder has not been able to reach its peak. After all, their internal problems are only a matter of the last year. When they were united around Ben Shikayang before, Thunder was only at the level of the top 8. This also proves that the previous speculation of Zhu Shan and Meng Fan is correct. This characteristic of Ben Shikayang can be used as part of the overall tactics, and the hope of victory cannot be placed entirely on Ben Shikayang. The previous winning streak was because Ben Shikayang was in excellent condition, and secondly, the opponent was not very used to Ben Shikayang surrounded by strong teammates. Thirdly, the extraordinary players were in excellent condition at the time, so other teams had no way to deal with it. Of course, this also has a lot to do with the fact that they did not encounter many strong teams. Now that we can't use this tactic, we can think about the players carefully. Zhu Shan was reluctant to give up before because the start was too good, but with Meng Fan, who is good at overall planning, by his side, Zhu Shan's vision of things has become much broader. Standing at a higher level, he knows when to make a bold move, even though it seems a pity. After the second half of the game started, Fifen continued to attack Corning, and Corning was certainly not afraid of such an attack. Both sides showed their muscles vigorously, but of course they didn't get any good results in the end. Corning ushered in the 5th big draw of the season, and Fifen once again stopped his winning streak. 4-4, this is a big draw. Such a draw seems to be a disadvantage for both sides. Of course, it is better to accept a draw than to lose the game. I am very satisfied with the performance of the players in this game. They showed their other side despite the unfavorable start. Changing tactics? No, we just used specific tactics for specific situations. Facing a strong team like Corning, defense alone is not enough. We have comprehensive capabilities, so we can use more flexible tactics. I'm a head coach who prefers to use specific tactics, and you will find this out later. Fifen is still in good shape. We are still first, right? At the press conference after the game, Zhu Shan seemed very optimistic. After all, in this round, although Tin He won, Chengfeng tied, and Nangguo lost the game. Fifen only got 1 point, but once again expanded his lead to 5 points. Who will be the opponent in the next round? A reporter asked. We will play against Chengfeng next. We are very clear about this, but we have nothing to fear. Chengfeng is very strong, but we are also very strong. We lost to Chengfeng in the Super Cup before, but that doesn't mean we will lose to Chengfeng again. Fifen is a new team and may make many mistakes, but whether it is victory or failure, it will allow us to gain the most valuable growth. We can afford to win, we can afford to lose, and of course, we can afford to draw. Zhu Shan replied with a smile. The media quite agreed with what Zhu Shan said. After all, their advantage in the league is indeed quite big. Such a big advantage cannot be created by luck. They have strength, there is no doubt about that. However, Zhu Shan was not so optimistic in the team. Coach, don't worry. Chengfeng State is fluctuating more this year. We may not be unable to beat them. Zheng Qi said to Zhu Shan. You can say this to the outside world, but not to the inside world. Chengfeng looks very shaky now, but are their results actually very bad? Yes, they lost 4 games in 15 league rounds, but at the same time, they won 9 games in 15 league rounds. This winning rate is second only to ours, and don't forget that we won some games by luck, such as the one against Teen Head. Even if they have been unlucky since the start of this season and lost some games that they shouldn't have lost, what about their results? They are still very strong, very strong. They currently have 29 points, only 6 points less than us, and they are currently ranked 4th. Can such a result be said to be very bad? Zhu Shan said. Compared to last year, it is very bad. Zheng Qi muttered. This is exactly what's so scary about them. Meng Fan coughed at the side. In the first half, their performance fluctuated, but they never fell from the first group. These mistakes were more like an adjustment. With constant adjustments, they can still stay in the first group. What kind of ability is this? They are indeed a little worse than last year, but they're accumulating strength very well and sprinting for the second half of the season. Some fluctuations before are more like them actively adjusting their status. Is it really that amazing? Fifen's players all felt a little incredible. They knew Chengfen was very strong, but can they actively adjust their status like this? Is it something that ordinary teams can do? Not only are they consciously adjusting their status, but Teen Head is also doing the same. Meng Fan's words were shocking. Why do you do this? It's unreasonable. Zheng Qi expressed his disagreement. Because whether it's Li Qingxin Zhuoming, or Luo Qishuan and Lu Xiaoshan, they all figured out that although the strong teams this year have improved in strength, they still need a long period of running in before they can make it. Such running in is involuntary and there is no way to adjust the state. What about them? They don't actually need such running in, but they can use this time to adjust the state, so that the player's state gradually reaches its peak, and then launch an attack in the second half. By then, other strong teams will need some time to adjust, while they can fully exert their best state. In this case, how much advantage do you think they can have? Listening to Meng Fan's words, the extraordinary players looked at each other, always feeling that such words sounded a little frightening. It's more than frightening, it's simply terrifying. Wang Yuanfeng muttered. Don't believe it? Meng Fan asked with a smile. Don't believe it. The extraordinary players answered in unison. Think about it, if we hadn't suddenly appeared and performed so well, what would the current standings look like? In other words, if we were removed, what would the current situation be like for the top few teams in the standings? Meng Fan said at last, then walked away swinging his arms. Is Uncle Meng so cruel? A group of people murmured, and rushed to the standings to see. Sure enough, if it weren't for Fifen, the top 5 teams in the standings would be Teen Head, Chengfen, Nangguo, Kanning, and Shenhua, with the highest score of 30 points and the lowest score of 27 points, completely strangled together. Except for Kanning, the others are the most traditional strong teams in recent years, but Shenhua did not play well this year, and the ranking dropped, and was replaced by the well-performing Kanning. Chapter 508. Use this game to establish authority. Fifen's performance in the last game is very questionable. 4 people were sitting on the top floor of the Chengfen club. They were sitting opposite each other, of course not playing mahjong. Although this ancient way of playing is still loved by many people, it is obvious that the 4 people present have no interest in this way of playing. Head coach Luo Qishuan, Captain Lu Xiaoshan, Auxiliary Chen Xiang, second attacker Shen Ruofei. Compared with the first 3, Shen Ruofei can only be regarded as a newcomer, but his naturally strong temperament and strong mentality also allow him to be neither humble nor arrogant when facing the opponent. The sentence just now was said by Luo Qishuan. When he observed Fifen's performance in the last game, he found something worth noting. He immediately summoned the 3 best players under his command to discuss it. As one of the most outstanding coaches in the current league, Luo Qishuan has a different style from Chen Feng. Perhaps it is because his subordinates Lu Xiaoshan and others are too outstanding, so he is more willing to discuss with them. Chen Feng is more arbitrary, but his style has always brought great benefits to the South Country, so there is no high or low style, only the final result matters. In the last game, Fifen almost took the initiative to attack. Lu Xiaoshan said simply. He knew that he was not as good at understanding people's hearts as his girlfriend Wen Xiang, so he just talked about his simple feelings. In the previous games, Fifen adopted a very safe tactic except for a few offensive games. The core is that the whole team focuses on concentration, tries not to make mistakes in defense, and then relies on Bin Xiaoqiang's intuition and on-the-spot performance to create opportunities. The advantage of this tactic is that it can win the game very safely. Teen Head had no way to deal with this in the game, and lost to Fifen very frustratedly. And the next game where Xinfen defeated Fifen was not very useful, it was very accidental. Even if we use the method to play, generally speaking, we can only get a draw. Wen Xiang said. Of course, our chances of winning are greater because our offensive is better. Shen Renofei added. That's right, but the probability is not particularly high. Wen Xiang added. So even though Corning's offensive is excellent and they are in good shape now, there is no need for Fifen to change their tactics, right? Although they played beautifully in that game, they didn't win in the end. If they still maintained their previous tactics and stayed, Corning's style of attacking fiercely but defending inevitably hit loopholes, they would have been suffocated by them, but they didn't do that. Why? Luo Qixuan nodded and asked. Lu Xiaoshan, Shen Renofei and Wen Xiang fell silent at the same time. After a long while, Lu Xiaoshan said, of course not, because they want to take the initiative to try various ways of playing to prepare for the next one. Of course not, no one would do that. Take the initiative to change tactics to experiment when the team is in good shape. No one can be so extravagant, not them, not us. Lu Xiaoshan said decisively. That can only mean one thing. Shen Renofei said decisively. The most critical point of Fifen's previous tactics is that there can be no mistakes in defense, otherwise once the opponent calms down, there will be no chances. To do this, you must maintain sufficient energy. They have been in good shape for a long time, and now it is inevitable that they will decline, so they will take the initiative to change their tactics. Listening to the three players he values most analyzing things clearly, Luo Qixuan laughed. He does not have the incomparable experience and strong tactical vision like Chen Fen, nor does he have leechings like Zhou Meng, but he also has his own characteristics. He is good at listening to the opinions of the players. The players are at the forefront of the game, and there are many details that only they can discover. The conclusions drawn after synthesis are often the most correct. That's the truth. Their form has started to decline, and the previous matches were too exhausting for them. Their tactical tolerance was too low before, and now they can no longer maintain the tolerance. Of course, in the match against Corning, we can see that they were going to play with a defensive counter-attack at first, but Corning scored the first goal with a fierce attack, so they had to attack. Luo Qixuan said at last. Well, after all, even if their form declines, it's not easy for ordinary teams to catch their loopholes, but we are fully capable of doing so. Corning's game can give us some inspiration. Lu Xiaoshan thought for a while and said. Yes, they should actually still be hesitant, because if they launch an attack, their results will indeed fluctuate. Don't forget that they now have a 5-point advantage. In this case, changing the offensive tactics will cause problems for their results. This is our opportunity. Use a hearty offensive victory to prove to everyone that Chengfeng is going to start to exert its strength. Luo Qixuan waved his fist and said. Isn't it a little early? Wen Xiang hesitated. Starting to exert strength in the 16th round is not too early for the league, but Chengfeng still has to compete in the Cup, the Intercontinental Cup and the World Cup this season. If the state is out early now, it will also have a significant impact. It's a little early, but the timing is just right. Luo Qixuan smiled and said, it's mainly because Fifen is a very suitable target. Wen Xiang suddenly realized. Fifen is indeed a very suitable target. They are now ranked first and their status has fluctuated again. If Chengfeng can achieve a brilliant victory over them, what else can be better than such a big victory to show its muscles? Fifen is certainly not an easy persimmon to pinch, but he is a very suitable target. That's it. We were adjusting our status before, so now we can start to explode. There are still 9 games in the first half of the league. We have to show our status and prove to everyone that our goal this year is to win 5 championships. This has never changed. Lu Xiaoshan jumped up and shouted domineeringly. Shen Renofei looked at the captain's performance and couldn't help but mourn for Fifen in his heart. He is not a person who will sympathize with his opponent for no reason, but Fifen has a deep relationship with him after all. Of course, the game is a game. Don't forget that it was Fifen and Zheng Qi who blocked his chance to win the 5-time championship last year. This game is just to collect some interest. Shen Renofei thought to himself. If Zheng Qi knew that Shen Renofei was thinking this way, he would definitely feel very wronged. Didn't he just win 1 game against you? Didn't you win the Super Cup at the beginning of the season? So stingy, do you still have any feelings? Of course, a strong player like Shen Renofei doesn't need any feelings. He just wants to defeat all the obstacles in front of him. Now he is very good, and Fifen is also very good overall. He was blocked once last year, and he still has to move towards the 5-time championship this year. To be honest, whether it is the identity of a god-level player, or the income, or the first place in Changfeng, Shinranofei doesn't care much. He has been a fan of Changfeng since he was a child, and wants to rely on his own strength to help Changfeng win the 5-time championship. As for the others, he really doesn't care. Although Changfeng was only a mid-level team when he became a fan, when he grew up, Changfeng had top players like Lu Xiaoshan, which was somewhat different from what he expected when he was a teenager, but overall, there wouldn't be too many problems. In short, the goal is the same, so there won't be a big problem. This year, the league situation is chaotic, with many strong teams, and Fifen's gang making trouble. Shinranofei feels happier than last year. Last year, Fifen's advantage was too great. Although it was very happy to win the 5 championships under such circumstances, there would not be the kind of extremely strong sense of joy. This year, under the siege of so many strong enemies, it is a season worthy of the unprecedented honor of the 5 championships. The previous 2 encounters were not satisfying. Zheng Qi, what will Fifen do this time? But this time, it's our turn to have a bigger off-court advantage. Shinranofei thought to himself. The match against Changfeng will create a lot of pressure for us. We should defend first. If we can't defend, we will attack. I also want to see how well our defender can stand up to the attack of Changfeng's level. Zhu Shan said to the extraordinary players the day before the match. We have already gone through many tests before, why do we need more tests? Some players didn't understand. In future matches, we can't use only one tactic in every game. It is most reasonable to switch between offensive and defensive at any time according to the situation on the field. So from now on, we have to adapt to the practice of switching tactics at any time. Always using defensive tactics will make us overdraw too much energy, but always attacking will also make us too vulnerable. How to find a balance between the 2 different ways of playing is what we need to consider now. Zhu Shan replied. But this game is against Changfeng. Some players still felt that they couldn't understand it. It is because of Changfeng that it is more valuable. We will keep recalling this game in the following games, thinking about how we acted under such strong pressure, what we did wrong, and what we need to do to make us perform better on the court. I have a hunch that we will continue to watch and observe the full range of videos and details of this game in the following training, to verify with the situations we encounter, so as to get the best results. Zhu Shan said with a smile. His judgment was correct. Si est escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto al mundo fanfic novelas, significa lo descarga and y subir en sin esfuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontrar la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 509. Headache. The 16th round of the league. There are quite a lot of focus matches in this round. Fifen's challenge to Changfeng is one, Tianhe's away game against Shenhua is another, and the match between Xiu and Tianlong, who are ranked 7th and 8th, is also a match. There are many focus matches, so of course they have to be held in batches to increase the ratings and live audience. After all, many viewers don't just watch one game. These viewers may be considered a minority in front of the team fans, but overall, among the 1 billion viewers, there are probably nearly half of them. On the contrary, there are not so many real hardcore fans. The so-called majority is like this. For the league, it is of course a very beneficial thing to arrange the focus matches in a round separately. So, Fifen's away game against Changfeng, the match between the 1st and 4th in the league, was arranged to start first, followed by 8 other league games, including the match between Xiu and Tianlong, as well as strong teams such as Nanguo Kangningxinfen, and the last game was Tianhe's away game against Shenhua, the match between the 2nd and 6th in the league. Such matches are of course very attractive. Among these matches, the most eye-catching one is the first one, but the other matches will also attract a lot of attention. Under such circumstances, the number of fans at the match between Fifen and Changfeng reached a peak. Changfeng itself is the most popular team in the league. Their home stadium has a permanent audience of 30 million, which is beyond the reach of any other club. Although Tianhe, like Changfeng, is the only 2 teams in recent years that have an average of more than 20 million fans supporting them per game, there is still a difference between more than 20 million and more than 30 million. Fifen's popularity has also skyrocketed recently. Although the last game was a draw, the number of fans supporting them at the scene has not been less than 15 million in the past 5 or 6 rounds. Although most of these fans come to watch the excitement, unlike the fans of other strong teams who are very fixed, it is also a very scary thing. And their opponent is Changfeng, which has stimulated the attendance rate even more. In this way, in such an ordinary league, the number of spectators reached more than 40 million and approached 50 million, which was almost close to those extremely important championship battles. This shows that we can now compete with the giants in software. Are you happy or not? Zheng Qi said to someone beside him. Shinranofei looked at Zheng Qi expressionlessly. Well, you have some reaction. Although we are about to meet on the court, isn't it worth chatting with each other before the game? Zheng Qi continued. I don't talk to my opponent before the game. Shinranofei said coldly. Then what were you doing just now? Talking to yourself. Zheng Qi smiled. Shinranofei didn't say much, but continued to look forward. When Zheng Qi curled his lips, he whispered. Fei Fan is like this now, I'm very happy. I said, our Fei Ji is not a ruthless person, remember to show mercy to him on the court later. Zheng Qi turned his head and said to Li Guirui and others behind him. Shinranofei turned his head, looked at Zheng Qi expressionlessly, and then turned away again. He was not angry, because he knew that if he got angry with Zheng Qi before the game started, it would be extremely irresponsible for his performance. Although sometimes anger can make players perform better, Shinranofei himself is a player who performs better when he is more emotional, but he also knows that when facing Zheng Qi, he must remain calm enough. What is the map of this game? Brother Fei, can you reveal it? Anyway, the game is about to start. Zheng Qi continued to chatter. If you say this at the beginning of the game, you will at least get a yellow card. Shinranofei replied. Isn't the game not started yet? Zheng Qi smiled. You will know what map it is when the game starts. Shinranofei said calmly. Ruthless. Zheng Qi muttered. Captain, don't say it, the game is about to start. Li Guirui couldn't help but say it behind him, because he felt a little embarrassed when Zheng Qi was like this. At this time, the game was about to start. And the map of this game also appeared in everyone's eyes. Chibai. A map with simple terrain but many random factors, which has extremely high requirements for a team's overall offensive ability, individual offensive ability, and ability to adapt to changes. Very cool. Zheng Qi snapped his fingers and said. Boss, why do you say that? Li Guirui asked. This kind of map is the one that can best bring out our characteristics. Zheng Qi said. It seems that the characteristics of our two teams are similar. Shinranofei said coldly. Yes, so who is better, we should be able to know on this map. Zheng Qi replied with a smile. He was communicating with Shinranofei, but in the team channel, he quickly sent a message. Increase your attention, Zheng seems to be serious in this game. Looking at what Zheng Qi said, Fifan and other players were a little confused. What do you mean by real? What do you mean by want to be real? Others from Zheng asked one after another, but Zheng Qi did not give a specific answer. Instead, he continued to add, Zheng will use its best condition to deal with us in this game, and our condition is a little low, so be careful and don't embarrass yourself. Seeing Zheng Qi insist on saying this, others began to be alert. After all, they all knew that although Zheng Qi liked to talk nonsense at ordinary times, he never joked in the game. Because the game had not officially started yet, Zheng Qi's words were not displayed in front of everyone. Only the Fifan players saw it, which made them more alert. The players from both sides entered the field and the game was about to begin. Zheng was the first to kick off. Zhu Shan reminded everyone in the team channel that they should first focus on defense and use their defense to wear down Zheng's spirit. Although Fifan's energy and condition were a little poor now, playing against Zheng, an old rival, temporarily increased their attention. Such a game is always very exciting. Fans of Fifan and Zheng in the stands began to shout and cheer for their teams. Zheng fans are certainly proud. In the past few years, Zheng has established their position. Fifan fans are also proud. Their team is now ranked first with a huge advantage. In the tit-for-tat shouts, the players of both sides did not have much contact and were entangled. To be honest, the two sides are very familiar with each other. They played 2 games in the China Cup final and the Super Cup before. In addition, before Fifan formed a club, the two sides often fought each other. It was just that many players of Fifan had not joined at the time, and Zheng also changed some players. But in general and core, the two sides are very familiar. Shinranofei is very familiar with Zheng Qi, and Zheng Qi is also familiar with Shinranofei. Zheng Qi is the captain at Fifan. Although Shinranofei is not the captain of Zheng, he is also an extremely important attacker. The battle started between the two of them. Zheng, who kicked off first, launched a frontal attack. They did not divide their forces. In this case, Fifan certainly would not divide his forces to weaken his overall strength, but directly went up. Cheng Feng did not want to attack slowly. As soon as they made contact, Lu Xiaoshan and Shen Renofei, the two strongest attackers, immediately rushed towards the extraordinary lineup as forwards. They rushed to the front, and of course their teammates would give great support. Cheng Feng now has many good players, and of course the two of them are still the best. Filady, help Zheng Qi to entangle Lu Xiaoshan, and I will deal with Shen Renofei. Zheng Qi shouted in the team channel, and Zheng Qi and Filady immediately met Lu Xiaoshan, and Zheng Qi rushed towards Shen Renofei. A frontal attack is nothing more than a frontal attack by the attacker, the others responding from the flanks, the auxiliary players in the back helping to strengthen, and the defensive players ready to respond at any time. In the end, it's just like that. Shen Renofei and Zheng Qi met. Of course, there would be no verbal communication during the game. The two began to fight. Before entering the football era, the two had fought in the era of football kings. Otherwise, they would not have known each other. Shen Renofei's style was tough and fierce, while Zheng Qi's style was more weird and unpredictable. However, in this fight, Zheng Qi showed his equally tough side. He began to fight Shen Renofei head-on. The two kept fighting, letting their bodies take the initiative to bear part of the opponent's damage to get the biggest effect in the attack. This is the way Shen Renofei is good at playing, but Zheng Qi is not weaker than him in this regard. Zheng Qi's performance is outstanding. He did not lose out in the head-on confrontation, which is a surprising thing. After all, for Fifan, the biggest gap between them and Cheng Feng may be the gap in frontal attack. Zheng Qi and Qing Yizhao are both good, but they are too young, inexperienced, and have limited strength. Compared with Cheng Feng, the strongest attacker in the entire league, they are really far behind, and now Zheng Qi's outstanding performance has filled this weakness. His performance is really surprising. Although he was also very good in the previous games, he was not so eye-catching. It seems that he has been hiding his strength. Shen Renofei was not surprised at all. He knew that Zheng Qi was a player with a variety of styles. Although opportunist is his biggest mark, he can do very well in any link. This is because his own operating level and talent are quite outstanding. In other words, this is a very comprehensive player. In terms of head-on confrontation, if Shen Renofei is 10 points, then Zheng Qi may only be around 9.5 points. However, in other aspects, he can also do 9.5 points, which is very scary. Becoming an opponent with this guy is really a headache. Shen Renofei thought to himself. Chapter 510. The first person. For Cheng Feng, they rarely encounter opponents who can control their offense so well. In the past, when Lu Xiaoshan was rising, because Cheng Feng was more dependent on Lu Xiaoshan, the opponent's targeted defense against Lu Xiaoshan was very strict. Even when he was assisted by Wen Xiang, Fen Tu and others, Team Head, under the command of Li Qing's, also used targeted tactics to cause huge problems in Cheng Feng's offense. Cheng Feng, who relies on offense as his life, would be under great pressure if he was targeted in such a situation. After Shen Renofei joined, no team was able to stop the joint attack of these two people. Two top attackers are really difficult to deal with. It is difficult for even Team Head to keep an eye on one and not the other. However, in this year's league, the defensive method of Nanguo was very effective. Fifan's defensive method borrowed from Nanguo's method. Although they don't have defensive players at the level of Liu Shibo and Xing Liukan, it is the same when used on attackers. Zheng Qi entangled Shen Renofei, and the two fought fast and exchanged several moves in an instant. Zheng Qi intercepted Lu Xiaoshan's attack head-on, but was knocked away by the opponent. When Lu Xiaoshan was about to chase, Fu Lei came up from the side and stubbornly blocked Lu Xiaoshan. Zheng Qi quickly caught up, and the two began to entangle with Lu Xiaoshan. Fen Tu, who was about to come over to respond, had Li Gurui in front of him. Both of them were extremely fast and entangled in the same way. Fifan stabilized the formation. The number of people on the defensive side must have some advantage. Fifan made full use of this advantage. Zheng Qi entangled Shen Renofei, Zheng Qi and Fu Lei entangled Lu Xiaoshan, and Cheng Feng's two most powerful arrows were entangled. The game began to enter a stalemate. The commentator shouted loudly. He really didn't expect this situation before. Nanguo was able to entangle Cheng Feng's offense because they were mainly defending. In their own goalkeeper, they made full use of the advantages of the defensive side, which made Cheng Feng have no chance throughout the game. What about Fifan? He withstood Cheng Feng's fierce attack in the midfield. Looking at it this way, he is quite strong. Is Fifan so outstanding? Or has Cheng Feng's strength really declined a lot? Li Qiang, who was watching the game, couldn't help but say. It's just temporary. Cheng Feng's attack is not just 3 axes. Li Qing smiled slightly and said. Zhu Shan had the same idea as him. Fifan has indeed temporarily stopped Cheng Feng's attack in the midfield, but can it be stopped for a while? Can it be stopped forever? Next, we still have to gradually retreat, exchange space for time, so that we can maximize the defense. Although Fifan is also good at attacking, we still need to defend when we need to defend. Midfield entanglement, gradual retreat, stabilize the formation, and wait for an opportunity to counter-attack. This is a very normal and simple tactic. The reason why this simple tactic can still be popular in the league is that on a flat field, such a retreat is quite safe and there will be no problems. Generally speaking, the most likely time for the defending side to go wrong is when they are retreating. After all, they are easily chased by the opponent during the transition process. However, as long as they can successfully pass this period, the defending side will have a lot of advantages. During the retreat, Fifan did not reveal any flaws, but Lu Xiaoshan showed his value as the No. 1 player in the league under such circumstances. The No. 1 player in the league, this title certainly seems to be very arrogant, and there are many fans from other clubs who think that Lu Xiaoshan is not the No. 1 player at all. After all, there are many God-level players who can be compared with him, such as Li Qing's, Sun Fei, Fang Yuan, Jie Xingyu. However, a famous media said it well, although in terms of technology, these God-level players are actually at the same level, but from the comprehensive results and the level shown, as well as the number of times the team was saved, Lu Xiaoshan is still the well-deserved No. 1. Now, this No. 1 player, like Zhao Zilan on a white horse and a silver spear, has turned the whole situation around by himself. When retreating, Zheng Qi and Fu Lei still took turns to entangle Lu Xiaoshan. One of them was brave and the other was steady. When Zheng Qi confronted head-on, Fu Lei filled in on the side. When Fu Lei entangled Lu Xiaoshan, Zheng Qi was staring at Lu Xiaoshan to distract him. The two of them had a big gap in operation with Lu Xiaoshan, but the two of them joined forces and had a very good effect. There was actually no problem with their cooperation. Not only in Fifan, but when they were in Canton, they had cooperated for more than a season and had no problem with tacit understanding. But when changing positions, there'll always be some mistakes, and Lu Xiaoshan sees this mistake. When Fu Lei retreated and Zheng Qi followed up a little slowly, Lu Xiaoshan broke out. He suddenly accelerated and entangled Fu Lei. At the same time, Wen Xiang's skills also quickly fell on Lu Xiaoshan, which greatly enhanced his attributes in an instant. Fu Lei's physical value was not full because he had been pestering Lu Xiaoshan before. This time he retreated to recover before coming back, but he was pestered by Lu Xiaoshan. Without checking, Lu Xiaoshan's skills accurately hit Fu Lei's vital points, causing Fu Lei's physical value to drop to a dangerous level. Seeing that Fu Lei was in a bad situation, Zheng Qi immediately followed quickly, wanting to help Fu Lei, but when he rushed forward, Lu Xiaoshan turned around without warning and rushed towards Zheng Qi. He used Fu Lei as a temptation to attract Zheng Qi. And Zheng Qi had come up a little hastily. The distance between the two sides was a bit far, but one rushed forward and the other retreated, and the distance between the two was quickly shortened. Seeing Lu Xiaoshan appear in front of him, Zheng Qi was startled, but his movements were not affected at all. Instead, he quickly raised his hand, used Ni's first skill, Sword Discussion, and hit Lu Xiaoshan. Lu Xiaoshan also raised his hand and used the same skill, Sword Discussion. The same skills have the same speed and settings, but in fact, there are many things to say about the operation methods. How to get the skills closer to the opponent faster is also a key point for excellent operation. Lu Xiaoshan actually made his move a little later than Zheng Qi, but this time, he was the first to arrive. Before Zheng Qi's skills hit him, he had already hit Zheng Qi in advance. After this, Zheng Qi was immediately knocked back. Lun Jian's knockback judgment is still very strong, so his skills could not be sent out. Lu Xiaoshan joined forces, and in just a few seconds, he hit Zheng Qi with 2 or 3 skills in a row. Zheng Qi had just come out of the retreating state and was already at low health. Before he had time to do anything, Lu Xiaoshan quickly made up for it, and Zheng Qi left the field. After the last hit, Lu Xiaoshan didn't even look at it, and turned around and came to Fu Lei again, and made up for it again. In a short period of time, 2 consecutive kills, the number of people on the field was immediately at a disadvantage. Fuck, why is this guy so fierce? Zheng Qi muttered in his heart, and no longer cared about entangled Shinryu Fei. Lu Xiaoshan was already a tiger out of the cage. What's the point of entangled Shinryu Fei? However, when he was about to retreat, he found that Shinryo turned around and entangled him. Want to run? Not so easy, Shinryo said while launching a fierce attack on Zheng Qi. Brother Fei, your dialogue is very much like a villain, Zheng Qi said while resisting. The two fought back and forth, and just like before, Shinryo couldn't kill Zheng Qi, and Zheng Qi couldn't get rid of Shinryo. But with two people missing, and without Zheng Qi as the core, the other Fifan players were simply defeated. The Changfeng players, led by Lu Xiaoshan, attacked all the way, and the Fifan players were completely unable to resist. Without Shinryo, the Changfeng offensive lineup led by Lu Xiaoshan was still very strong, but with fewer people, Fifan was completely unable to stop Changfeng's fierce attack. After all, they don't have such an excellent defense like the Southland. Their performance can be said to be hard work, but under the attack of Lu Xiaoshan, they can only passively take the beating and die one after another. After Su Jin lost protection and was killed by Lu Xiaoshan, Fifan's decline could no longer be saved. After attacking Fifan's gate, Cheng easily scored a goal, 1-0. A wonderful goal. Lu Xiaoshan played the level of the first person in the alliance to the fullest. The two consecutive kills just now are really, I don't have any words to describe it. The first person is the first person. He caught the slight disconnection between the two opponents, and then killed Fulei and Zheng Qi in one breath with the correct tactics, thus laying the foundation for Changfeng's advantage. Less than 5 minutes after the start of the game, Changfeng scored the first goal. What will Fifan do next? Their previous performance was also very good. Changfeng's fans cheered loudly. This kind of goal is what they like to see the most. A head-on attack, as fast as the wind and as fierce as a tiger, crushing and defeating the opponent. It is precisely because of this style of infinite violent aesthetics that Changfeng has quickly attracted a large number of die-hard fans in a short period of time. Fifan's fans were a little unconvinced. It's just one goal. That's right, we had an average of more than 3 goals per game before. The game has just started. We're the strongest. Fifan's fans began to clamor loudly, trying to use their voices to fight against the Changfeng fans who had the advantage in numbers, because they firmly believed that even against Changfeng, Fifan would definitely have an extremely outstanding performance. Changfeng's momentum is very strong. Lu Li in the stands said a little worriedly. It's okay, believe Zheng Qi and the others, they will never let us down. Wei Jiangshan said confidently. Meng Fan, who was sitting next to them, supported his chin with his right hand, said nothing, and looked at the court carefully. Chapter 511. True Strength. Let's counterattack. These guys are very aggressive. It seems that they want to use the attack to destroy us. In this case, we can't be timid. We have to confront them head-on, Zheng Qi said in the team channel. Zheng Qi is right. According to the offensive tactics we formulated before, let them know how powerful we are. Zhu Shan agreed with Zheng Qi. Fifan quickly regrouped and prepared to start the attack. On such a map, it is actually no different from the Battle of Zhulu. It is all in sight and can only be confronted head-on. However, it is much more difficult than the Battle of Zhulu. It is a battle of all-round strength, especially in the first half of the game. Fifan's attack is equally fierce. Especially after the restart, Zhu Shan replaced some players. Players who were better at attacking, such as Bin Shikai, Cheng Zhao, and Qing Chuan, were replaced. The goal is to break through the opponent's defense line in a head-on impact. Go up and see what level they are at, Luo Qishuan said in the team channel. The statements of the head coaches of both teams made the cheers in the stands even louder. Both sides had to invest more manpower in the offense. Wouldn't that mean that there would be more goals in this game and the game would be more exciting? No one would be unhappy about this, not to mention that Changfeng's fans were very confident in their team's offensive ability, which was the confidence accumulated over the past few years. Fifan's fans also seemed very confident. Of course, when facing Changfeng's fans, they seemed a little lacking in confidence. However, 5 minutes later, Fifan's performance made them cheer incomparably loud. In the midfield, the two sides launched a fierce fight. Although Fifan did not have Lu Xiaoshan and Shinryo, the strongest attackers, they had their own advantages. 2 people in a group, the Fifan players were divided into 4 groups on the field, and then attacked from all directions to contain the Changfeng players. In every link, the two sides launched a fierce fight. When the two sides began to collide with each other in all directions, everyone was surprised to find that Changfeng was a little exhausted. Changfeng had no problem in most positions, but even Changfeng did not have the luxury of having all the players on the field have god-level accounts. Although with the strength and operation level of their players, they could level that gap in roles, but when they were divided into troops to fight, the characteristics of Fifan's personal ability were better played. Shrink the defense line, don't be anxious, Luo Qishuan said in the team channel. Now the situation is at a disadvantage, but it does not mean that Fifan has already occupied an absolute advantage. As the defending party, shrinking the defensor can well reduce the damage to oneself. This command is not wrong anywhere, but just when Zheng Qi was about to shrink the defense line, Bin Shikai suddenly cut in horizontally without warning, cutting off the connection between Qin Fei, who had not been able to retreat, and other teammates. Being cut off would be fine, but Qin Fei just played the role of a rearguard. When he was cut off, he immediately fell into the heavy encirclement of Fifan. Zheng Qi reacted quickly and immediately wanted to focus on Bin Shikai. However, at this time, there were two more people beside Bin Shikai. Zhu and Fu Lei appeared beside him at the same time, helping him share the damage and completely leaving Qin Fei with no way to escape. Zheng Qi smiled rudely and led a group of his men to focus on him. Qin Fei left the field in great frustration. In such a situation, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't go against the sky. 5 or 6 people on the other side focused on him, and each of them had the same attributes as him. He was entangled by Zheng Qi. It would be a miracle if he didn't die. After Qin Fei left the field, Lu Xiaoshan began to lead his men to retreat. However, it was obvious that Fifan would not give them this opportunity. Fu Lei and Zhu, who had helped Bin Shikai save his life before, passed on the fire immediately, leaving most of the Zheng Qi players in place. The other Fifan players rushed forward and threw all the skills they could play. Under Lu Xiaoshan's resistance and Wen Xiang's dispatch, Zheng Qi still suffered heavy losses in this wave, and only 5 players escaped. This was because Lu Xiaoshan blocked most of the offensive, but Lu Xiaoshan also died tragically. His sacrifice was to delay the opponent's offensive, but Fifan was very clear-headed at this time. Even though they were all injured, they still quickly launched a pursuit and eliminated Zheng Qi's manpower one by one. At this point in the confrontation, Fifan's advantage was obvious. No strong team would make mistakes under such circumstances. When they attacked in front of Zheng Qi's goal, Qin Fei and Lu Xiaoshan had already returned to the court, but the two looked at each other and felt that they were brothers in distress. 2 people blocking 8 people, even if they were all awesome, how could they stop it? Of course they couldn't stop it. Niaoliwa and Zheng Qi threw 2 large-scale skills, and Lu Xiaoshan and Qin Fei had to dodge. Zheng Qi swaggered over with the ball and tied the score. 1-1. After Zheng Qi scored the first goal, Fifan also spent 5 minutes to tie the score with a strong attack. This performance undoubtedly made Fifan's image much taller. There are actually quite a few teams in the league that are good at attacking. In addition to Zheng Qi, Canning Xinfen and Long Shenhua are all teams that are good at attacking, including Nangwu 2 seasons ago, which is also mainly based on attacking. However, there is still only one team like Zheng Qi that can conquer the world by relying on offense. In the past few years since Lu Xiaoshan rose, no team has been able to take advantage of Zheng Qi in the offensive situation, not even one. Team He relied on precise tactics to defeat Zheng Qi. Even if other teams occasionally beat Zheng Qi, they often did not win on offense. Of course, Fifan cannot be said to have won Zheng Qi now, but in a head-on confrontation, when both sides were at their best energy and state at the beginning of the game, they were able to score a goal to tie the score, which in itself is a remarkable thing. Is their offense so good? Han Yiming said in great surprise. Although he was a newcomer, as a newcomer trained by Team Head, he was also very concerned about Zheng Qi's performance. Last year, he personally experienced Zheng Qi's offensive level. Even if Fifan's offense was excellent, he could actually reach the level of being on par with Zheng Qi. This is a bit incredible, isn't it? No, it's not that their offense can be compared with Zheng Qi. This time, Bin Shikai's intuition still played the biggest role. To put it bluntly, this time, the offense cannot be used as a conventional means, but a nuclear weapon. Li Qing's thought about it, then shook his head. Everyone understands this metaphor. Ordinary offense is a conventional weapon, and it is a nuclear weapon that is used at a critical moment. But this also proves that Fifan has such ability. Li Qiang said after thinking about it. Zheng Qi's use of conventional weapons forced Fifan to use nuclear weapons to fight against it. The difference is obvious. Li Qing smiled. The Team Head players were stunned for a moment, then they all laughed. That's true, of course, Fifan's level is not bad, and their average age is too low, so their future development prospects are very broad. Li Qing added. It's very broad. The average age is just over 23 years old. There is no team with such a low average age in the entire league. If it weren't for the introduction of Ben Shikayang, their average age would not even be 23 years old, which is a bit scary. Li Kaiang nodded and said, "In fact, don't worry, such a combination will definitely be divided up in 1 or 2 years, and our club can also dig 2 people to use." Han Yiming said optimistically. "Don't be too optimistic." Li Qing smiled slightly. Boss, am I wrong?" Han Yiming was stunned, then asked. "It can't be said that it's wrong. In the long run, it's impossible for the people of this team to continue to stay together, and they will separate sooner or later, but in just a few years, it may not be. As long as there is a temptation of a 5-time champion in front, the possibility of being split up will not be too great, and no one will ignore such an honor." Li Qing said after thinking about it. 5-time champion? Fifen has the courage to shout such a slogan. Han Yiming was shocked. Their current performance is completely on the same level as a Zheng Qi. We have been working towards this goal, why can't they do it? Li Qing glanced at him, then waved his hand. "Just watch the game honestly. I'm now looking forward to seeing how Changfeng will fight back. I have always had a feeling in my heart that Changfeng has never shown their true level this year." "Boss, you are too mysterious. They have lost 4 games. Why don't they show their true level? Are they deliberately giving up the lead?" Han Yiming asked. "It's just to adjust the state. It's normal to launch an attack in the second half of the season." Li Qing shrugged his shoulders. "Don't we do the same? We didn't do this in previous years because we were the only opponents, but this year, the situation in the league is much more complicated." "Well, so what backup plan has Changfeng prepared? We should take a good look. Will they be exposed in this game?" Han Yiming asked. "Maybe, maybe not, but if I were Luo Qishuan, I would definitely choose to explode in this game and show my muscles with all my strength. Although it's a bit early, Fifen is the most suitable opponent." Li Qing nodded affirmatively. The teen head players turned to the court with doubt. Does Changfeng really have strength that has not been brought into play? In this game, can Fifen bring out their strength? With this mood, the teen head players watched the game carefully. More than half an hour later, when the whistle sounded at the end of the first half, the teen head players looked at Li Qing with eyes that looked at a demon. Now the stands are echoing with the cheers of Changfeng fans. The score in the stands is bloody, 4-1. Chapter 512. Let's fight. 10 minutes into the game, the two sides tied. Even in the eyes of Changfeng fans, they thought this game should be difficult. Even if they thought Changfeng would win in the end, it would probably take a long time to win. However, at the end of the first half, the score was 4-1. In the next half an hour, although Fifen tried hard to attack, they seemed to have no power to fight back in front of Changfeng's sudden attack. They lost 4 goals in the first half, which was the first time in Fifen's entire history. They had never lost so many goals in a halftime game, but they had scored 4 goals in a halftime game. Changfeng really has a trick up their sleeve. I only had a vague feeling before, but now it seems to be true. Fortunately, Fifen forced them to use this trick, otherwise we would be in danger. Li Qing said in surprise. "Boss, how did you guess it? Did you put Wu Jiandao next to Lu Xiaoshan?" Li Kaiang asked in even greater surprise. "Just some traces. Actually I don't have any evidence, I just have a feeling. The most important thing is that they lost 4 games at the beginning. Some games should not be lost. This kind of performance is abnormal, so I think they're hiding something." Li Qing said with lingering fear. Fortunately, they can expand the authority of Shen Ruofei and Lu Xiaoshan again, giving them more room to play. Simple star tactics, but only used on 2 people, then there are more options, even we can hardly control them. "Then will we lose when we meet them next time?" Han Yiming asked. "If we prepare well, there should be no problem. At least, now it is Changfeng who attracts everyone's attention." Li Qing said thoughtfully. While the teen head players were discussing, the atmosphere in Fifen's locker room was quite dull. They had been mentally prepared before, but they still didn't expect that they seemed so powerless to fight back in the first half of the game. This is simply unscientific, but under the double blow of Lu Xiaoshan and Shen Ruofei, they were indeed beaten badly. "Okay, now we know what the best defense looks like." Zheng Qi spread his hands and broke the silence. "At least we still have the second half. If we continue to play like this, we will lose 7 goals. Li Garu sighed and said, "If we really lose 7 goals, we will have no face at all. We are just not used to their tactics. In terms of strength, we are not much worse than them. It's just that if we lose confidence because of their suppression in the first half, then we may never catch up with them. Zheng Qi looked at everyone. Really? Do we have to give up all our dreams and pursuits because of the disadvantage in the first half of the game? Listening to Zheng Qi's words, the extraordinary players were a little confused. They all raised their heads and looked at Zheng Qi. During the first half, we were very embarrassed. To be honest, I have never been so embarrassed since I became a professional player, but do you know what I am thinking now? Zheng Qi continued to ask. It must not be because I am discouraged and feel that I can't reach the top. Su Jing suddenly laughed. Zheng Qi laughed and pointed at Su Jing. That's right, that's the truth. Zheng Qi said, I don't feel discouraged or disheartened. I'm just very angry, very angry. I'm angry that we are so far behind. I'm angry that we don't have any power to fight back. I'm angry why I'm so frustrated. But a defeat in one game is only temporary. A defeat for a lifetime is a lifelong shame. I don't want to be humiliated for the rest of my life by this half an hour, so I plan to fight with them in the second half. No matter what, no matter whether we lose the game in the end, we have to fight to the last minute, the last second. At this point, Zheng Qi looked around at all his teammates and said loudly, even if we lose the game, we must not lose face. Zheng Qi's words are a bit petty, and not losing face even if we lose the game sounds even more childish. However, for Fifan and other young players, they may not care about anything else, but they do value face more than anything else. To have face is actually to have dignity. A person who has dignity will never let others down. Okay, then let's fight them in the second half. Defensa is definitely not good enough. Let's attack directly and let them see that our offensive is not to be trifled with. Driven by Zheng Qi, the Fifan players waved their fists and shouted. In fact, they were also arrogant and brave. Fifan rarely lost games since the establishment of the team, except last year. Although Zhu Shan and Meng Fan have been emphasizing that this year we are only training the team, the fact that they have been ranked first for such a long time also makes the Fifan players feel proud. Such a proud team, of course, is unwilling to be easily defeated by the opponent. This is something they cannot tolerate. Attack, kill them. Fifan's players shouted and rushed out of the locker room. At this time, they no longer thought about anything else. Regardless of the ranking or the victory or defeat, they just tried their best to fight your game on the court. Although the nonsense that there is no regret as long as you try your best is meaningless in the arena, losing is losing, and no matter how high-sounding words are used to cover it up, it can't cover up the fact that you lost the game. However, there is still a difference in the morale within the team. Having a hearty game and then losing will not make the whole team extremely depressed, but losing the game without temper will cause the morale and state of the whole team to fall into a big decline. This is the difference. Fifan is almost certain to lose now. Both Zhu Shan and Fifan's players know that after being suddenly attacked by Zheng Qi in the first half and leading them by 3 goals with a strong attack, Fifan is not to say that there is no hope of catching up, but that hope is a little too slim. However, in this situation, if Fifan can do better, such as saving some face with offensa, then the impact on the next game will be more positive. Even if you lose, there are different ways to lose. The offensa displayed by Zheng Qi in the first half is completely different from their previous ones. The double star tactics have never appeared in all the previous games. Zheng Qi had this trend last season, but there were too many people who needed space, which resulted in this smoke not being able to be fully utilized. In this game, whether it is Lu Xiaoxin or Xin Rufei, they all have enough space for them to play, and the others will closely surround them, switch their auxiliary objects at any time, and use strong attacks to tear open our defense line. This was the key factor that we were unable to resist in the first half. We can't crack this offensive tactic now, so we can only attack and use offensa to score more goals. Even if you have to fight hard, you have to fight with a purpose, and not blindly. They switch the focus of the offensive in turns. Lu Xiaoxin and Xin Rufei take over the focus of the offensive at any time. This will put pressure on the defensa of any team. On defensa, they should be similar. With the personal abilities of Xin Rufei and Lu Xiaoxin, they can also play a big role in defensa. But this will bring them a huge burden. According to my observation, they will have at most one person on the court on defensa, so they will entangle him, bypass him, and then launch an attack. With such a game idea, the extraordinary players came on the court aggressively. Seeing the extraordinary players coming on the court, Lu Xiaoxin frowned slightly. The morale of these guys was not too bad. They are a group of cockroaches. Xin Rufei on the court also saw it, but he also knew that the extraordinary people at least had the spirit of not admitting defeat, but Zheng Qi had already occupied a great advantage. If they still couldn't win this game, Zheng Qi would not think about attacking the championship. Come on, let me see your offense. Shinranofei thought to himself. He is an attacker, but in the era of football, strong attackers also have a lot of experience in defense, because they know what means the opponent will use to attack. Will Zheng Qi come to deal with me? Shinranofei thought to himself when he went to meet him. However, Zheng Qi did not find him. As soon as the two sides came into contact, Shinranofei met Zhou. This is an old acquaintance. They have known each other since childhood. When they were in District 108, Zhou followed Shinranofei, so he knew Zheng Qi. After Shinranofei left, Zhou certainly could not follow Shinranofei to Zheng. He continued to stay, and now, he has become Shinranofei's opponent. Seeing Zhou rushing towards him, Shinranofei was a little surprised, but he soon let it go. Zhou's talent is not bad, and the various things that have happened in the past 2 years have made him grow into a qualified professional player, and he is indeed qualified to fight with himself. It's just that we grew up together and are so familiar with each other. You are making rapid progress now, but do you think you can entangle me? Zhou's eyes were shining with determination. As soon as the two came into contact, Zhou was beaten back by Shinranofei's fierce attack. However, he did not panic. Instead, he retreated while entangled Shinranofei. His original purpose was not to defeat Shinranofei, but to separate Shinranofei from the others. This is Shinranofei's biggest shortcoming. His personal style is too strong and too positive. It is easy to lose touch with his teammates. So although this problem has changed a lot in the past year, it will still be caught in some special circumstances. After Shinranofei lost touch with the others, the attacks of other Fifan players began to become more fierce. They attacked almost crazily, showing all their strength and talent. Chapter 513. When will the cycle of revenge end? The ball goes in. Fifan got back 1 point. In the fierce attack, they were lucky enough to open a gap, and then they barely sent the ball into Zheng's goal. 2-4, they are still 2 points behind, but in the attack just now, they spent a full 10 minutes, repelling Zheng little by little, attacking the opponent's goal, and then they scored a goal with some luck. If this continues, it will still be an impossible task for Fifan to equalize the score, the commentator sighed and said, while Yuan Fei beside him relaxed his frown slightly. This goal can't save Fifan's current situation, but for their overall game, it can make Fifan a little more relaxed. This goal proves that Fifan has the ability to score under the pressure of Zheng, and they also showed their ability, which is very useful for their future games. Yuan Fei suddenly added this sentence, leaving many viewers confused. Yes, we all know that you, a highly respected commentator, have always been optimistic about Fifan. Fifan's performance is indeed good, proving that you have excellent vision. But at this time, you still have to help Fifan save face. This is a bit wrong, dear. Li Qing's agreed with Yuan Fei's words. Under such circumstances, morale has not been weakened. Fifan will have a bright future. They basically have no chance in this game, but they are not just playing this one game. Li Qing said. Strengthen defense, withstand their attack, and try to score another goal. Zheng Qi said in the team channel. Zheng launched an attack. Compared with the first half, their offensive level did not drop. They still switched the dual cores flexibly. This tactic was simple to say, but in reality, it was a very changeable and difficult to resist. With two top attackers as the core, they took turns to attack, and there was no pattern. You could not defend one against the other. In such an attack, even if Fifan had the defensive strength of Nangguo at the time and forced one of Shinranofei and Lu Xiaoxin out, it would not have much impact. If one was forced to be cut away, it would only shift the focus to the person who was still there. This tactic could not be copied by others, because no one could have two such strong attackers. Fifan gritted his teeth and persisted. They started to resist from the midfield, and then gradually retreated, wearing down the opponent's offensive power bit by bit. Although they kept having players killed in the process, they also kept filling in from behind, making the most of the distance advantage. After holding out for several minutes, Fifan retreated to his own goal, and the Zheng players' attack was not as fierce as before. After all, players always have to take a break and occasionally relax, and this time they relaxed, and Zheng Qi caught them all at once. Under the cover of his teammates, Zheng Qi was teleported by Su Jin to the only gap next to Wen Xiang. Zheng Qi burst out with his strongest attack power, repelled Wen Xiang before she could react, and snatched the football. The next moment, Fifan and other players quickly launched a counter-attack and completed a beautiful counter-attack. After regaining control of the ball, Fifan's players launched an attack, and after an inadvertent mistake just now, almost half of Chengfeng's players died. Although Fifan also died the same number of players, they defended in front of the goal and replenished their manpower much faster. The next step was to chase and kill all the way. Fifan did not give Chengfeng any chance. After the army pressed all the way, he once again suppressed the attack and pried open Chengfeng's defense a bit by bit. Zheng Qi forced his way in and created a chance for Bin Shikai to score. 3-4. Fifan is only 1 point behind. It's incredible. At the end of the first half, almost everyone thought they had no hope. The 3-goal gap was enough to make them despair. However, after the start of the second half, they showed their style of clinging and never giving up. Dear audience, I don't mean to discriminate in this. In the arena, clinging is always very important. This represents the spirit of not admitting defeat. I think, no matter what the final result of this game is, their performance at this time is enough to make them proud. The commentator shouted excitedly. Although he said this, he was looking forward to a great reversal in front of him. This is what all commentators want to see. The Fifan fans in the stands were even crazier. When they were 3 goals behind in the first half, they were a little bit unacceptable. However, now Fifan's performance made them proud. At this moment, I don't know how many people kept praising Fifan in their hearts. At this moment, I don't know how many Fifan fans who originally came to watch the excitement became Fifan's firm supporters. Like the team, fans also become true die-hard fans of a team in the process of continuous tempering. There are many reasons to like a team, but there are also many reasons to be loyal to a team. 1 goal is left, hold on. Zheng Qi shouted in the team channel. The 2 goals just now took them more than 20 minutes. During these 20 minutes, each player has used all his ability to fight. At this time, they are also beginning to feel tired. But now is still the time to grit your teeth and persevere. If you don't persevere at this time, when can you persevere? Sometimes the power of the spirit will surpass the body. It's just that the game of the football era is not just about gritting your teeth and fighting. The consumption of energy is even greater than that of traditional games. Chengfeng was scored 2 goals by Fifan, but they were not affected too much and continued to attack. This is a great confidence in their own strength. There is nothing wrong with our state. It was just a coincidence that we didn't score a goal just now and were scored 2 goals by Fifan. Next, we will use our performance to prove what is not a coincidence. This is indeed the case. Fifan's players had been holding their breath before and created some miracles. Now, they are really tired, facing the Chengfeng that continued to press down like a Cold War machine. They resisted for 5 minutes, and then the defense collapsed. No one relaxed, everyone was fighting hard, but they still lost the 5th goal. When Feng Tu sent the ball into Fifan's goal under the paving of Lu Xiaoshan and Shen Ruofei, almost everyone sighed. This goal happened in the 37th minute of the second half, expanding the lead to 2 goals again. Fifan didn't have much time left, and they really didn't have much strength. It's a pity that Fifan didn't have a chance in this game, but being able to make the game wave again in the second half is enough to prove their excellence. The phrase honor in defeat seems to have been overused, but I still have to say that Fifan's performance in this game is honor in defeat. Looking at Fifan, who mustered up the last bit of his strength to launch an attack, the commentator sighed and said. Of course, at this time, Fifan's players didn't think about whether it was a glorious defeat or not. They only knew that the opponent had scored again, and they had to find a way to catch up. In the following time, Fifan launched wave after wave of fierce attacks, forcing Chengfeng to focus more on defense. In the following time, Fifan kept attacking, but he was unable to score again. Instead, he was counter-attacked by Chengfeng before the end of the game. Lu Xiaoshan killed 3 Fifan players who returned to defense and assisted Shen Ruofei to score Chengfeng's 6th goal, 3-6. Fifan suffered a miserable defeat away from home. However, after the game, the fans of the home team Chengfeng couldn't help but applaud Fifan. It was obvious that Fifan's performance in this game was worthy of respect. Fifan performed very well, which surprised us a little. Of course, we won the game in the end, and I am very satisfied with the team's performance. Lu Xiaoshan said at the press conference after the game. There's nothing outstanding about our performance. If it was outstanding, would we have lost 6 goals? But we suffered some losses in this game. We will get back on track in the second round. Zheng Qi didn't want to accept it. Of course, I look forward to the day. Lu Xiaoshan smiled slightly. Captain Zheng Qi seems to have other opinions about this game, right? A reporter asked curiously. Of course he has opinions. Zheng Qi's tactics have never been used before, but they were used on us, and they beat us 6-2. 3 inches one go. This makes me very unhappy. Why did they use it on us? Do you think we are easy to bully? This is a conspiracy. Zheng Qi shouted in grief and anger. The reporters looked at each other, completely speechless. There is no conspiracy in this matter. They can use it whenever they want. Using it on you is actually a respect for you. Of course, this can't be said, but besides, before the China Cup final last year, you had been holding back for a long time. Are you going to use it on Zheng Qi? Zheng Qi was passive from the beginning to the end of the game, but they didn't say anything after the game, showing the demeanor of a strong team. Choosing this game is our deliberate choice. Lu Xiaoshan laughed. Because Fifan is the most suitable opponent. Why? Zheng Qi asked. Last year, you guys tricked us in the China Cup final. Now we trick you back, isn't it okay? Lu Xiaoshan asked back. I didn't expect you to be such a vindictive person. What's wrong with this society? Zheng Qi shouted. When will the cycle of revenge end? The reporters were speechless again. You are very skilled in this practice of allowing officials to set fires but not the people to light lamps. Anyway, you are welcome to trick us back next time. Lu Xiaoshan didn't get angry, but laughed. Next time we will definitely trick you back. Wait. Zheng Qi shouted. Yeah, I'm waiting. Chapter 514. It's time to keep a low profile. The score of 6-3 really shocked the entire league. Zheng Qi showed off their muscles to everyone unscrupulously, revealing a message that no one could ignore. Next, Zheng Qi will show their best form. There are many smart people in the league. Zheng Qi's shaky state at the beginning of the season did not make everyone think that they were really no good. Now, it can only prove their guess. Of course, Zheng Qi did choose a good target to beat Fifan, who has been ranked first in the standings for so many rounds, so badly. This made Fifan very upset, but there was nothing he could do about it. With such a game at the bottom, the other games in this round seemed to be less interesting. Canning won, Nanguo won, Xinfen won, Jinlong and Xiu tied, and Fifan's points advantage quickly shrank. Under such circumstances, everyone ushered in the last round. Qinhe challenged Shenhua away. Shenhua ranked 6th before this round, but it was only 3 points behind Qinhe, which ranked 2nd. For Shenhua, this is a good opportunity to tie the points. However, what was surprising was that in this round, Shenhua lost miserably at home. From the beginning, Qinhe firmly occupied the advantage on the field. The tactics arranged by Li Qing's put them in an overall upper hand. This is actually not rare. In a direct tactical confrontation, Qinhe's overall upper hand is not news, but being at a disadvantage is news. Even the Shenhua players are mentally prepared for this. Li Qing's is too evil. Even Zheng Qi's group of perverts can hardly get any advantage in tactics when facing him, let alone them. Being at a disadvantage in tactics does not mean losing the game. It still depends on the performance of the players. Shenhua also has several players who can change the situation on the field. However, in addition to Li Qing's tactics that are as powerful as ever, the performance of other Qinhe players in this game is extremely outstanding. Especially the youngsters Han Yimin, Juan Bao, Du Qingfen, and Gia who have been trained for more than a year. In the past, Han Yimin was the best among them. However, in this game, not only Han Yimin, but also the others performed exceptionally well, with tactical suppression and excellent performances by the attackers. This game, which was originally dominated by Qinhe, became one-sided without anyone noticing. As Qinhe scored one goal after another, Shenhua fans were stunned. When the game was over, the score was locked at 5-0. Even Qinhe's fans did not expect this score. After Zheng Qi's outbreak, Qinhe also broke out in this round. The two teams that dominated the league for the past 5 years chose to break out in this round. Is there any other meaning in it? Or did they start their own confrontation from this round? The media made such speculations one after another, and strong teams such as Nanguo Shenhua, Xinfen, Corning, and Jinlong also began to recall the fear of being dominated by Zheng Qi and Qinhe in previous years. After this round, Fifan was still first, but their points remained at 35 points, and the advantage was instantly reduced by more than half. Qinhe South Country tied for second with 33 points, Zheng Qi was fourth with 32 points, and Corning was fifth with 31 points. While everyone was guessing how Qinhe planned to show its strength, Li Qing's was smiling bitterly. Neither he nor Qinhe intended to be in the limelight in this round. The reason was simple. The gains did not outweigh the losses. It would be better to let Zheng Qi be in the limelight this round. In this way, everyone's attention would be on Zheng Qi. they could keep a low profile and adjust their status. In the second half of the season, they could make trouble for Zheng Qi. This was Li Qing's overall strategy. But now, Shenhua was beaten to the point where it could not take care of itself. The score was 5-0. In this way, Qinhe's brilliance would no longer be ignored. Instead, Zheng Qi became low-key. Such a big victory was really not worth the losses, but Li Qing's also knew why this happened. After watching the match between Fifan and Zheng Qi, the young players in the team were very stimulated and their status was completely stimulated, which caused Shenhua to suffer such a big loss. Of course, it is always a good thing to win, but the state of this game was not consciously adjusted by the whole team, but was stimulated extra. This is not a good thing for the next game. Han Yiming and his group of young players are already important attackers as Qinhe. Their current state is stimulated too quickly. There may be some ups and downs in the next game. At the time, Qinhe will suffer. But Li Qing's can't tell others about this. If he tells others, it will offend Shenhua too much. You are so unhappy after winning 5 goals against us. What do you mean? What does Qinhe mean? We exploded, and they also exploded, and they are making things difficult for us. Several young players of Zheng Qi shouted dissatisfiedly. As newcomers at Zheng Qi, they naturally have a resistance to Qinhe. Wen Xiang and Lu Xiaoshan looked at each other and laughed instead. This is not a good thing for Qinhe. Wen Xiang said with a smile. It's rare that Li Qing's is not well prepared. In the next game between us and Qinhe, we have a higher chance of winning. Lu Xiaoshan simply said. Most people don't understand such words. In the next round, Zheng Qi will play against the weak team Jinfen, and in the next round, they will face Qinhe. Will Qinhe's condition become bad in just 2 rounds? The young players of Zheng Qi have some doubts about this. Of course, doubts aside, their next performance will still not be affected. In the 17th round of the league, the match between Fifan and Nangua was considered a focus match. This was the 3rd consecutive round that Fifan encountered a strong team. In the first game, they tied with Kangning, and in the second game, they lost miserably to Zheng Qi. This time they met Nangua again. Fifan's luck was indeed not good. Under such circumstances, Fifan once again showed an extremely tenacious state. Facing Nangua, which was quite good at both offensive and defensive, they adopted an active offensive tactic, firmly suppressed Nangua with offensive, and did not give the opponent much opportunity to counterattack. Although Nangua did a good job in defensive, it also did not give Fifan any chance, but still failed to seize the opportunity to counterattack. This game ended up being a dull draw. Fifan and Nangua were both injured and played 0-0. I didn't expect you to suddenly start to fight with us in this game. I thought you were going to continue to attack. After the game, Liu Shibo said to Zheng Qi in a depressed tone. You are kidding. If our ideas can be easily caught by you, then what are we doing? Zheng Qi snorted. Your defense is really good. You didn't give us any chance to counterattack. You are the same. You definitely don't have as many good defenders as us, but you can still make us find no chance to attack. It's amazing. Liu Shibo sighed. What's the use of being amazing? The first place in the list is lost. It's all your fault. Zheng Qi continued to hum. Liu Shibo laughed. Of course, he knew that Zheng Qi was just talking casually. Isn't that how competitive games are? If you don't want to be blocked by the opponent, you have to win by yourself. If you can't win, blame others for being too serious, it will be too low. We are also dragged down by you. If we beat you, we will be the first. Liu Shibo laughed. Bah, you want to step on us to get to the first place? No way. After talking for a while, Liu Shibo left. He chatted with Chainlin for a while. Liu Shibo was actually quite familiar with Fifan. For Fifan's fans, the last 3 rounds of the league did make them feel a little regretful. Facing 3 powerful opponents, they only got 2 points, which made them give up the first place in the standings that they had occupied for a long time. In this round, Qinhe defeated the weak team's Thongbang and surpassed Fifan with the advantage of goal difference, and Zheng Qi also won in this round, closely catching up with Fifan and Qinhe by 1 point. Later, Nangua and Kangning also hit 34 points, only 2 points behind Fifan. The situation of the championship lineup began to become more and more intense. The gap between the top 5 points is only 2 points. You know, now that 17 rounds have passed and the league is almost halfway through, it is still so stalemate. The situation of winning the championship this season is indeed very complicated. Up to now, there have been focus battles in almost every round of the game. Such a lead really makes everyone feel very happy. Leaving the first place, We seemed to be tied for first place, but we didn't perform well in the last 3 rounds. But did you notice? We only got 2 points in 3 consecutive rounds, but we were still ranked first. What does this mean? It means we are really good now, Zheng Qi said in an interview. This answer is considered the best interpretation of losing the game but not the battle. You haven't won in 3 rounds, but you are still stubborn. Do your family know that you are so fierce? That's good. If you answer like this, others will unconsciously look down on us, and we will be more low-key, Su Jing said in the team. Fifen's players agreed with Su Jing's evaluation. They were too high profile before. They ranked first for almost 10 rounds. They couldn't keep a low profile. Although they are still in the first group now, Qinhe Chengfen has attracted a lot of their firepower. Fifen can also keep a low profile. But we can't lose again, we haven't won in 3 rounds. The opponent is too strong. Fans can still tolerate it. In the next round, we must win. Zhu Shan said to Fifen's players. Yeah, we have to win. Jianmang is also a good team, but we have to beat them. Zheng Qi said, waving his arms. In the next round, it is obvious that all the focus is on the match between Chengfen and Qinhe, while Fifen only wants to focus on his own game. Although he lost some glory from the first place in the standings, he also reduced a lot of pressure. This is very important. Fifen only got 2 points in these 3 rounds, but it is not too bad to get 2 points under such difficult circumstances. As long as he wins a few games in the next few games, the fans' confidence will not be shaken. Chapter 515 Important Competition. Jianmang is a very special team. This team was once one of the top teams in the early days of the professional league. Just by relying on this name, they attracted many outstanding players to join. After all, for the middle school boys, they have almost no resistance to this team name. However, it is not enough to just rely on middle school. Jianmang's club management is not very good, so after winning some championships a long time ago, it slowly began to decline, and now it has become a standard mid-level team, but they still have a very special status in the league. They are a team that has never been relegated since its establishment. And it is the only one. There are many traditional strong teams in the league now, but even teams like Nangguo have been relegated before. Only Jianmang has never been relegated, so even though they have become a mid-level team, they still have such a reputation. But now their ranking is a bit dangerous, ranking 16th, not far from the relegation zone. Of course, as a traditional team, it can't be considered a strong team. Jianmang has the tenacious vitality of Xiaoqiang. Lin Fei and Zheng Qi were from Jianmang. Of course, they were more ordinary after leaving Jianmang. It was very simple because their attribute points were not up to standard, so they were not able to qualify for the first team. This was a very normal choice. Therefore, Lin Fei and Zheng Qi had no resentment towards Jianmang, and Jianmang would not feel that they had missed any talent. After all, if they had not gone to Fifen, they would not have been able to obtain a god-level account, or it might be extremely rare. Jianmang's top player was Yu Pen, who was also recognized as one of the god-level players in the league, but his status was slightly worse than other god-level players, because he had always been in Jianmang, a mid-level team, and he had not achieved outstanding personal results like Bin Shiqiang. Under his leadership, Jianmang's ranking had always been between 8th and 12th every year, which was extremely stable, which also discounted his evaluation. Of course, Yu Pen didn't care about this, and he was very happy to stay in Jianmang. They were happy to compete and happy to stay in the league, and so year after year, the years passed like that. In this game, Jianmang's cockroach style continued to be fully displayed. They fought with Fifen in the game. Even if it was difficult to gain an advantage, they had to fight with Fifen until the last moment. Such a game is of course very hard, but after the test of the first 3 games, Fifen has already adapted to such a level of competition. Although Jianmang's style of play is extremely tenacious, their level is relatively poor after all, and they are not able to continuously put pressure on Fifen like Canning Cheng and Nangguo. Therefore, although it is very tiring during the game, Fifen's players did not feel very strenuous. After the entanglement, Fifen still won the game, with a relatively mediocre score of 3-1, the process was also relatively mediocre. They opened the record in the game, and then scored another goal in the entanglement. In the second half, Jianmang recovered 1 point, but Fifen still took the lead again and kept the score until the end. After 3 rounds of no-wins, Fifen finally won the game, but they are no longer a striking team. In other games, the most eye-catching one is undoubtedly Chengfeng's away game against Qinhe. The 2 teams that dominated the league in the past 5 years seem to have declined to a certain extent this year. However, in the first 2 rounds, they showed their sharp claws to the league again before the two met. Before this game, Tin He ranked first and Cheng Feng ranked third, with a gap of only 1 point between the two. Such a game is of course extremely popular. After playing their own games, other strong teams began to pay attention to this game. Fifan and Cheng Feng, Li Qing's and Lu Xiaoshan, this was the only theme of the entire league in the past 5 years. This year, it is still the biggest theme. Everyone is looking forward to this game. Expectation is a very anxious thing, but it is also a very beautiful thing. Before the game started, both sides naturally made various hype. Whether it was Cheng Feng or Tin He, they could appear indifferent when facing other opponents, but they could not be indifferent when facing each other. They had no hatred in history, but after rising one after another, they inevitably became mortal enemies. For such a deadly enemy, it is not necessary to destroy the opponent to feel happy. Seeing the opponent become strong and then defeating the opponent is the most pleasant thing. So-called mutual appreciation. So-called heroes respect heroes. Many words are used to describe such beauty, because such beauty has always been expected by mankind. Without a good opponent, no matter how strong a person is, he can only be lonely like snow. Only opponents of equal strength can make both sides feel happy. Why do people like to talk about their lifelong enemies? Because only by facing each other can each other be more great. Without great opponents, how can there be great achievements? In the past 5 years, the competition between Cheng Feng and Tin He has been the eternal subject, and this year is no exception. We have adjusted our best state. Facing Tin He, we can always perform well. Lu Xiaoshan took the lead. If Cheng Feng can always perform well, then there will always be some games where we can perform better. Li Qing's replied. The bosses of both sides choked at the beginning, and of course the other brothers were not to be outdone. The war of words had already started before, and even at the pre-match press conference, the head coaches of both teams were unwilling to be outdone. Generally speaking, in terms of external image, Luo Qixuan is more powerful, while Zhou Ming is more low-key. However, every time the two sides meet, Zhou Ming will also show his edge. We are not in very good shape now, but we still have some experience playing against Cheng Feng. Zhou Ming said. Oh, I counted the matches between the two sides in the past 4 years, and our winning rate is still higher. In this way, we have more experience. Luo Qixuan retorted. In terms of gold content, we are better, because the number of championships we have won is similar to Cheng Feng, but we have only been in the championship competition for 3 years. Zhou Ming began to show the data. It turns out that when Tin He performed poorly, it was directly removed and not counted, then when Tin He wins, they are only in good shape when they win. Luo Qixuan said sarcastically. The war of words naturally never led to a real victory or defeat. At the press conference, the two sides sprayed each other and then left unhappily, which made other people more interested in this game. Of course, in the eyes of real insiders, although Tin He is at home, they are still at a disadvantage. Cheng Feng's current state has been completely adjusted, and their current performance is steadily rising. What about Tin He? The game where they defeated Shenhua was actually the result of not adjusting their state well. Now in terms of state, Tin He is at a disadvantage. Of course, as long as Tin He has Li Qing's, no one dares to underestimate them. Who knows if he will suddenly make a tactical change like a stroke of genius when the game is stalemate, making Cheng Feng depressed and defeated. This kind of thing has happened before. Several times, Cheng Feng was secretly pitted by Li Qing's when he had the upper hand in strength and state, and was so pitted that he couldn't even speak. In this case, and it is Tin He's home court, their chances of winning are also very high. However, Li Qing's is not so optimistic. Of course, he would not express his pessimism in the team. He just mentioned this point in the discussion with Zhou Ming. The importance of this game has suddenly been raised a lot. Li Qing said to Zhou Ming with a wry smile. That's normal. As two teams, the importance of the game will naturally increase when we meet. Zhou Ming comforted Li Qing. Coach, you know what I mean. Li Qing glanced at Zhou Ming and smiled bigly. Well, it's a bit troublesome. Even if we lose this game, the impact on us will not be too big. But after what happened before, if we lose this game, the impact will be very big in the future. Unfortunately, our condition is not the best. Zhou Ming sighed and said. This is not the most critical. The most critical thing is that after the sword against Fifan and the running in of the last game, Cheng Feng is now in the best condition. It is the best condition to use the best condition to attack us. Cheng Feng really grasped this opportunity steadily and fiercely. Li Qing said. My fault, I didn't adjust their condition properly and let a few young people mess around. Zheng said with a wry smile. Don't say that, coach. If there is any mistake, it's everyone's fault. Li Qing's consoled him. But we still have a chance to win this game, right? If we can win, there won't be any problem. We can even build up a considerable advantage in one go. Zheng said. Li Qing nodded. Yes, we still have a chance to win. It's true that Chengfeng is in good shape now, but even last year, they didn't have no shortcomings. They also have shortcomings this year. Their offensive is not invincible, and their defense has also weakened. If they're a little luckier, then winning this game won't be particularly difficult. Zheng nodded with relief, but he also knew that although Li Qing's words were trying to comfort himself, they were full of uncertainty. Li Qing rarely said such words. He said this now, which only proved that Li Qing really had no idea about this game. But isn't there an exception to everything? There is no reason to lose if the situation is not good, and there is no reason to win if the situation is good. All wins and losses must be found on the field. Si est escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas, significat lo descarga and y subir en sinisfuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontrar la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 516. One time, Li Qing, the first tactical master of the league, has a plan that is perfect. He can be regarded as huge Kongming in this small world of the league. However, the tragedy is that he seems to have copied one of Huge Liang's characteristics, that is, he has a bad mouth. The good things he foresaw may not come true, and the wrong things he foresaw will always come true. After the end of this highly anticipated focus battle, Li Qing smiled bitterly and glanced at Lu Xiaoshan. In this game, his tactical arrangements have reached the extreme, and the performance of both sides is actually similar. Qin's tactics have restrained the performance of Chengfeng's two top attackers to a certain extent. However, at the critical moment, Han Yiming and others' reckless advance brought a devastating blow. Chengfeng seized the opportunity, and Shen Ruofei and Lu Xiaoshan doubled up to score the most crucial goal. 1-2, Qin lost at home. After being tied by Tianlong, Chengfeng won 3 games in a row in the league, including defeating Fifon and Tianhe, the two top-ranked opponents, successively, showing a strength that made everyone tremble. Although Chengfeng still failed to reach the top of the standings because of Fifon's victory, they are now very promising. Fifon now ranks first with 39 points, Chengfeng ranks second with 38 points, Nangguo ranks third with 37 points, Tianhe ranks fourth with 36 points, and Kunming with 34 points, Xinyu with 33 points, Xinfeng and Shenhua with 31 points, and Tianlong with 27 points continue to maintain their advantage in the top 9 positions. The 10th place King Quang only has 21 points, which can hardly have any impact on the championship pattern. Under such circumstances, although Fifon is still ranked first, their brilliance has been completely suppressed by Chengfeng, which ranks second. Obviously, Fifon's current results are very good and their performance is also worthy of attention, but when competing against strong teams, their results are somewhat unsatisfactory. They lost to Xinfeng and Chengfeng, and lost so badly to Chengfeng. What about Chengfeng? Although they also lost some games that they shouldn't have lost, their top team qualities were still shown in the strong dialogue. They defeated Fifon and Tianhe, both of which were ranked first at the time, but they lost to them one after another. Such performance is enough to make people recall the team that swept the world last year. Last year, Fifon suddenly appeared and dealt a heavy blow to Chengfeng. This year, Fifon has lost to Chengfeng twice in the Super Cup and the League. When they are invincible, will there be another Fifon to give Chengfeng a blow? If you really want to comment, Chengfeng has had almost overwhelming strength in 2 of the past 3 seasons, and has a good chance of winning the 5 championships. In those 2 years, they were invincible in the Intercontinental Cup and the World Cup, but they suffered losses in domestic competitions. The first time was when they were tricked by Tianhe in the league, and the second time was when they were tricked by Fifon in the cup final. In other times, they were almost invincible. This situation happened twice without any fault, which was already the worst luck for Tianhe. However, this situation can happen once or twice, but can it happen 3 times? Their low-profile performance made others think that Chengfeng might not be able to do well this year, but when they showed their fans recently, people had to sigh that your uncle is still your uncle. Let's not worry about other things, we just need to play the next round well. Zhu Shan said to all the players in the team. After playing 19 rounds of games, we will have met all the opponents. By then, we will not face any unfamiliar opponents. In the second half of the season, we can't suffer any more losses. Do you understand? Understood. The extraordinary players answered in unison. Fifan's opponent in the 19th round is Zheng, which is indeed the last opponent that Fifan has not encountered. Zheng was not a particularly strong team before, although they have a god-level player Zheng Qi and Dixie in the team. However, the positioning of this team before was similar to Ji and Man. They were both the kind of people who were more Buddhist about the game. Anyway, they just wanted to finish my league comfortably. They didn't have any big ambitions, and they wouldn't be relegated anyway. There are actually quite a few such teams in the league. Of course, there are not many teams like Zheng and Ji and Man, which have a very loud name, are strong enough to stay in the league, but not strong enough to impact a higher position. Of course, in a league, you have to encounter all kinds of opponents. Some are strong, some are weak, and some are willing to be in the middle. However, in such a strong league, even teams that are only willing to be in the middle will have a very outstanding level, otherwise they will not be able to survive in such a cruel competition. After the halfway point, we will have a break, which is a good time to summarize. In the next game, we need to train the whole team to prepare for next year. Of course, if we can continue to perform well, I don't mind everyone winning the league championship together. Zheng Qi said to all his teammates in private. The teammates all laughed. Now they are still ranked first. Although the long wind behind them will bring extremely huge pressure, as long as their mentality is better, it seems that they will not be affected too much. This kind of thinking is wrong. While the players were chatting, Mengfan and Zhu Shan were also chatting in the room. Why is it wrong? Hearing Mengfan say this, Zhu Shan was stunned. They're saying that anyway, we don't want to win the championship this year, so don't have any pressure and play one game after another is wrong. Mengfan said. Zhu Shan was even more confused now. Isn't this what we have been emphasizing? If we can win the championship this season, of course we have to win it, but even if we can't win the championship, as long as we can adapt to the league style, train ourselves, and improve ourselves, it is also a victory. Zhu Shan asked Mengfan. That's certainly true, but under the current circumstances, we can't say that. Mengfan said to Zhu Shan. Zhu Shan was really confused now. Are we going to change our policy? On this point, he really wanted to ask Mengfan for advice. He knew that he was good at details, while Mengfan had a long-term vision. In other words, he was good at tactics, while Mengfan was good at overall strategy. Although the policy for this season was decided by the two of them before, if Mengfan had other ideas now, he would have to listen carefully and think about it carefully. Of course not, our previous policy was correct, even if it seems correct now, of course it can't be changed at will. Mengfan said. Zhu Shan was silent, and began to wonder if Mengfan had been a little bored recently, and was making fun of him while everyone was resting. At this moment, Feng Qing, who had been drinking tea next to him, suddenly laughed. Coach Zhu, why don't you understand? Old Meng means that the policy doesn't need to be changed, but we just need to know this. As for the players, we can let them think that the policy is going to be changed. Is that what you mean, Old Meng? Feng Qing asked Mengfan. Mengfan smiled and nodded. Let the players think that we are going to attack the championship. Zhu Shan finally understood. Yes, we have to let them think so. Mengfan said. But what's the point? Even if they don't think so, they will still play very calmly in the game, and there will be no difference. Zhu Shan asked. On the surface, it seems so, but in fact, the difference is very big. Mengfan shook his head. According to the current practice, then the effect of our next game is to train the team, adapt to the game, and at the same time let the players' personal abilities play out. This is what we get, right? Zhu Shan nodded. That's right. But in this way, we didn't get something that we should have gotten, even something very precious and rare. Mengfan said. What is it? Zhu Shan's curiosity was completely aroused. The experience of winning the championship. Mengfan said lightly. Zhu Shan was stunned, and then slapped his forehead hard. Yes, this is an extremely valuable and difficult to obtain experience. If the players still maintain the previous mentality, then even if they rank high at the end of the season and have been in the championship, they have not actually gained such experience, because they have not pursued the championship from the beginning. If the tone is changed now, indicating that Fifan will hit the championship this year, then at least they will have a goal psychologically, and will work hard towards this goal. In this process, whether it is the joy of victory, the pain of defeat, the tension of the unknown, all of this will become extremely valuable experience and wealth. This kind of experience is not something that can be obtained casually. If you don't really participate in the championship, you can't really understand the joy and happiness, pain and sorrow in the championship battle. Only after the baptism of the championship battle will your mood be less affected in the next championship process. Such an opportunity is rare, and now FIFA has such an opportunity. If you let it go easily, it would be a pity. The reason why I emphasized this to the players before the season started was because neither Meng Fan nor Zhu Shan had any confidence in the results of this season. After all, no one knew what kind of performance FIFA would be able to achieve when the team was being trained. Of course, we had to try to reduce the pressure on the players at the time. And now, the results were good and the performance was outstanding. They had been in the first position for no less than 10 rounds. This performance was already enough to be proud of. There was no need to reduce the pressure on them. Instead, we had to worry that the players would not have a sense of urgency because they had no pressure, and the training effect of the next game would not be so good. As the saying goes, different times and different situations, it is normal to make some small adjustments while the general policy remains unchanged. Chapter 517. Halfway review. Zhu Shan discussed with Meng Fan that Feng was watching, but of course the players were not informed. In the following time, Zhu Shan did not announce this decision in the team. If he wanted to announce it, he had to wait until the first round of the game was over before he had a reason to talk about it. So, the next 19th round of FIFA's game began in a relatively quiet situation. If it was at the beginning of the season, facing a team like Xiu, FIFA would have suffered a lot. After all, although Xiu is not a top team in the league, it is very distinctive. Such teams have always been at a good level in the league and have their own strengths and characteristics. However, after nearly half a season of training, FIFA can already face all the next opponents with a calm mentality. In this game, FIFA showed a good state and launched a fierce confrontation with Xiu in various positions. They no longer used the method of reducing errors to grind like before, but adopted more active offensive tactics, which made the game look much better than before. FIFA's fans shouted excitedly. Although FIFA's performance hit some ups and downs before, they were able to quickly rise up after losing some games, and their performance was not bad. Now they played better on the field. After such back and forth, the number of FIFA's fans gradually stabilized. Some people left, and more people joined. Many of them really became FIFA's die-hard fans. In short, FIFA has made extremely good development in all aspects during this period of time. However, FIFA did not win this round of the league. They took the lead twice in the game, but Dixing's state in this game was amazingly good. As the arrow figure of the team, he repeatedly broke through FIFA's defense and gave FIFA enough threats. Xiu tied the score twice under his leadership, and even took the lead in the second half. In an unfavorable situation, Zheng Qi stood up and tied the score for FIFA again through his personal wonderful performance. However, after that, both sides were somewhat unable to launch an attack again, and finally had to accept the result of a draw. From the performance point of view, there was nothing wrong with FIFA's performance, but the ending did make FIFA's fans sigh a little. After all, in other games, the news was not very favorable to FIFA. Cheng won, but Tianhe lost to Nanguo. Canning defeated Tianlong, and Qianfeng won a small victory over a weak team. In this way, Chengfeng surpassed FIFA and ranked first in the standings with 41 points. Nanguo also tied FIFA's points. Both sides tied for second place with 40 points. Tianhe, which was originally ranked first, slipped to fifth place with 36 points after losing to two important opponents in a row. Canning silently surpassed them and ranked fourth with 37 points. Qianfeng and Shenhua ranked 6th and 7th with 34 points. Xiu dropped to 8th place because of the draw in this round, and Tianlong ranked 9th. The overall pattern of the entire league did not change much. The only thing that surprised people in this round was that the Thunder, which had been up and down in the past, winning one game, losing one game and drawing one game, and always hovering outside the relegation zone, exploded in this round. They swept the Golden Phoenix 6-0 at home, and climbed from the 15th place to the 10th place in one breath. Although the score ahead of the relegation zone was only 7 points, it seemed so safe for the first time. Xiaobo, who played extremely well in this game, excitedly said after the game that the Thunder has now completed the running in, and next, they will perform even better in the game. The media is also very interested in this. After all, the Thunder, a veteran team, has been a little unlucky recently, but now it seems that it has indeed completed the running in, and the next performance should be very good. The league is halfway over. Although there are still 5 rounds of games in the first half of the season, according to convention, at this time, the media will take stock of the first 19 rounds of the league. Although such a stock-taking is not an honor, it also attracts the attention of fans. After all, from the perspective of authority, such an inventory is still very authoritative. The media now has a relatively strong independence, and comments must be convincing before people will listen. There are so many media channels now. If it is not fair, no one will care about your inventory, then what is the point? Therefore, such a halftime inventory has always been basically reliable. And the first half of this year's competition is indeed exciting. Since the beginning of the season, Zheng Qi has been ups and downs, and it seems that it is no longer good. At the beginning, Shenhua seemed very awesome, but then it was hit hard by Fifan and was seriously injured. Until now, its performance is not very good. After Fifan got through the initial discomfort, he quickly showed his top level and occupied the first place in the standings for up to 12 rounds. This is simply a miracle. Zheng came from behind and suddenly exerted force in the second half, and finally occupied the first place. Qi still seems a little unstable. Nanglo has been silent and low-key from the beginning, but it has never been out of the top few positions. The performance is also quite outstanding, and there is such a feat as defeating Zheng. The other teams are also very interesting. Zheng did not perform well from the beginning, but is now slowly recovering. If it were not for Fifan, Canning would be the most impressive team in that first half of this year. A group of female players has made Canning rank 4th, only 4 points behind that first Zheng. It has performed extremely well. Xiu, as a mid-level team, was able to compete with strong teams this year. The other 2 newly promoted teams, Chongsao and Yinshuang, performed well in the early stage. Their results have declined a bit in the last few rounds, but they are ranked 14th and 15th respectively, which is not bad. Of course, although there are 20 teams, in the final analysis, the most eye-catching ones are still the same few: Zheng, Tianhe, Nanglo, Canning, and Fifan. As a newly promoted team, Fifan's performance can be said to be the strongest newly promoted team in the past 20 years. Their start was no different from that of ordinary newly promoted teams. Facing 2 mid- and lower-level teams, they started with 1 draw and 1 loss, and their performance was extremely average. Such a start and the defeat in the Super Cup diverted more attention from them. Many people originally thought that Fifan would become a key factor affecting the league's structure, but after those 2 rounds, Fifan quickly adapted to the rhythm of the Super League. Starting with the victory over Shenhua, they announced their presence with a wave of 8 consecutive wins. After the winning streak ended, their performance did not decline much. In the first half of the 19 games, they won 12 of them, which is already a very good number. In the entire league, only Zheng's 13 games are more than them, and only Nangguo has the same number of wins as them. Such performance is eye-catching enough. The discussion about Fifan is naturally a hot topic recently. After all, in a fully mature league, it is surprising enough to have such a new team stir up such a wave. Their performance is not conservative, and their playing style is varied. They can fight with you for a whole game, and they can also fight you with a storm-like attack. In the match with strong teams, they defeated Shenhua and Tianhe, tied with Nanglo, Canning, Jinlong and Xiu, and lost to Xinfeng and Zheng. Such performance is actually very valuable. At least it proves that they are not only bullying the middle and lower teams. They have won so many points by relying on the high winning rate against the middle and lower teams, and they've ranked so high by relying on the advantage that other strong teams have not performed well. If Fifan's results are really like this, then no one will think that they can really pose a threat to winning the championship. It is because of their good performance, and their performance against strong teams is not bad. The victory is very valuable. Only in this way can they be regarded by the media as a strong contender for the league championship. Of course, Zheng's performance is still much more eye-catching than Fifan, but Zheng's performance is good, and their performance is indeed a bit up and down, so in terms of word of mouth, it is not as eye-catching as Fifan. However, after the ups and downs in the beginning, Zheng also showed their strong strength. They won a series of tough battles, proving that they still have the strongest level. On the contrary, Qi has recently seemed to be below standard, losing to Zheng and Nanglo consecutively. Although they only lost by a few millimeters, it is a bit disadvantageous to lose so badly in front of competitors. Canning is a good discovery. Their performance can be regarded as a model of steady improvement. Like Nanglo, they are gradually accumulating their strength. After filling their weaknesses this year, they have made great progress. It is precisely because the strong teams this season have such outstanding performances that this first half seems so exciting and fierce. Compared with the previous two teams always fighting each other, the first half of this season makes people feel good enough. The competition in the league is fierce enough to be exciting enough. This is naturally what everyone wants to see. It is because of the fierce competition that it can attract more and more fans. Zheng Qi may lose to the bottom team, and Tinhei may suffer losses again and again. Such a league has enough suspense. This indicates that the Chinese Super League is becoming more prosperous. What's more valuable is that in recent years, Chinese teams have achieved extremely good results in the world. If this continues, I think we can expect the Chinese Super League to become the first league. No, the current Chinese Super League is the first league. The speech of the head of the league organizing committee made all the fans feel very happy. They also felt very proud of this. After all, they are also part of this league. There are many winners in this halftime inventory, but the biggest winner is still Fifan, who had almost no foundation before. Chapter 518. Changing target. In this halftime review, Fifan's performance is something that the media cannot avoid, because they want to be fair and win the support of the public. Therefore, even though Fifan actually has no power and no friends in the media, he has also received extremely high praise. As mentioned before, the authority of the halftime review is very high. After being recognized by most of the media in the halftime review, Fifan's impression in everyone's mind immediately moved closer to a strong team. This is very important. Whether or not a team has a strong team image often determines the upper limit of a team. The media are very reliable this time and helped us a lot. Meng Fan said to Zhu Shan with a smile. Yes, I was worried about how to start. Zhu Shan replied with a smile. Indeed, whether it is to redefine a goal or to let the players move towards a new goal, any words must have a reason to be mentioned. You can't just say to everyone inexplicably, oh, our situation is so good now, let's go for the championship. If we don't win the championship, this season will be a failure. Although it is not impossible to say so, the sudden change of tone made the players inevitably have some doubts in their hearts. This period of time is only a week's rest time. If it affects the next game, it will be bad. As soon as he said it, since he had a reason, Zhu Shan naturally called everyone and said that he wanted to hold a meeting. Fifan rarely held internal meetings. After all, they are not a formal club yet. The staff is more rough and rude, and the head coach does not have much authority in front of them. Although they will be very honest when Zhu Shan is angry, it is unlikely that he would pull them to a meeting for no reason. However, this time, when Zhu Shan notified people to hold a meeting, all the Fifan players came. Now the club is doing well, and everyone is in high spirits. There is no doubt about this. Boss, what meeting are you holding today? Are you going to give us bonuses? Leader Rui asked Zheng Qi excitedly. Stop joking. There will be bonuses. How could I not know about it? Zheng Qi said, besides, you are all making a lot of money from endorsement fees now. You are much richer than me. Boss, you are the major shareholder, so you earn the most, right? Leader Rui said. Zheng Qi chuckled and stopped talking. Seeing that even Zheng Qi didn't know what the meeting was about, the others were even more confused. They chatted with each other and felt that the biggest possibility was that the team had to arrange a new training plan or something like that, which was something Zhu Shan could decide on his own. But soon, they found something wrong. Because after all the players arrived, in addition to Zhu Shan, Meng Fan, Lu Li, Zhu Wuqiu and others who were in charge of the guild, and Feng King, who was wearing flip-flops and looked like a master, also went at the meeting room. What is this going to do? A big party for the whole club? Many people began to mutter in their hearts. A club is nothing more than four aspects: management, first-line team, technical department, and guild department. Fifan doesn't have much management, or it can be said that the management and the first-line team are one and the same. Those staff members are certainly not considered senior management. Together with the guild department headed by Meng Fan and the technical department headed by Feng King, it can be said that the senior management of the entire Fifan club has now gathered in the conference room. So many people came, of course, there must be something important. Today, everyone is holding a meeting, and there is no other meaning. I just want to tell you about some of our situations in the past few months, such as financial statements and so on, Zhu Shan said dryly, and then Lu Li began to report numbers. Fifan's players looked at Lu Li in amazement, completely unable to understand what the numbers she spit out meant. Hey, don't go into details, just tell me the result. Su Jin came out to smooth things over. Lu Li nodded. In short, so far, this season we have gotten rid of losses for the first time and started to make money. Although it is not much, it proves that our club has entered a virtuous cycle and will no longer worry about the economy. The extraordinary players applauded enthusiastically. Although this point has nothing to do with them, after all, in the Super League, the bulk of the players' income comes from various commercial sponsorships. The salary offered by the club is only 10 times higher than that of ordinary white-collar workers, which is not considered a high income at all. However, it is still very important that the club's finances can be self-sufficient. With sufficient financial resources, it can better expand its influence in the guild and also have the ability to stir up waves in the transfer market. If the club has no money, even if it barely makes ends meet, the results will not be much better. Of course, the players hope that the club's finances can be better. At least, a club with good finances can be more ambitious. Thank you for your recognition of our work. We can make a profit while maintaining such a large investment, which has a lot to do with everyone's wonderful performance in the game. In these 19 rounds of games, I counted the number of live audiences in each game. It can be clearly seen that although the total number of people in each game has fluctuated, the number of live audiences supporting us has been steadily increasing. It is precisely because of such a high attendance rate that we can earn so much income. I can say here without exaggeration that FIFA, which has been established for less than 3 years, is now not inferior to any traditional strong team in ticket revenue. Even if there is a little gap, it is a very small gap. Lu Li finally said loudly. FIFA players continued to applaud enthusiastically, which had a lot to do with them. The high attendance rate on the scene was also related to the reputation of the opponent. However, in the final analysis, it still depended on the attractiveness of the club itself. Where did the attractiveness of a new club come from? It was definitely not tradition, because they had no tradition. There was only one reason, that is, the outstanding performance of these players, which brought so much attraction. This made them full of pride, because this was their achievement. Today, I asked everyone to come here to tell you how great our achievements were in the first 19 rounds. It is no exaggeration to say that we have achieved what many clubs would have taken 4 or even 40 years to accumulate in just 4 months. This is a very remarkable achievement, and we have achieved this together. For this, I'm extremely proud of our collective. Zhu Shan did, and the applause in the conference room began to become more enthusiastic. Almost all the players were filled with pride. This was their honor, their unique honor. Maybe it was nothing to others, but it was quite remarkable to them. Bin Shikai was also clapping in the middle. As a veteran, he certainly knew how difficult it was to do this. This was a miracle, but he also participated in this miracle in person, and he also played very well. So, after seeing such an achievement, I suddenly had an idea: is our pre-season plan a bit conservative? After the applause quieted down, Zhu Shan suddenly said. The FIFA players, who were still in the excitement, were stunned for a moment, and then began to think, what is our pre-season plan? Then they quickly remembered. Oh, it turns out that we just need to stay in the league, train the team, and strive for the highest honor next year. Damn, thinking like this is a bit conservative. Zheng Qi said before that, judging from the situation in the past 10 years, getting 40 points is a score that can definitely keep the league, and now FIFA has already got 40 points. It only took half the time for them to complete the task of staying in the league, and the team training is not bad. Thinking like this, damn, we're really awesome. After all the FIFA players thought like this, they immediately waved their fists and shouted. Yes, it is indeed a bit conservative. I think we can make a push for the championship, Liga Rui said. When Liga Rui said this, everyone was quiet for a while, and then burst into cheers. Yes, we are now only 1 point away from Zheng. We can really make a push for the championship. While the others were shouting, Zheng Qi was checking something. I just checked. In the past 10 years, the lowest score for winning the championship was 79 points, which was achieved by Nanguo 9 years ago. The highest score for winning the championship was 93 points, which was achieved by Changfeng last year. Generally speaking, 84 or 85 points can win the championship. We have now scored 40 points in the first half. If we keep it up, we can definitely make an impact on the championship. Zheng Qi raised his head and said. Ah, very good. We also lost some points in the first half of the season. If we perform better, we really have a chance to challenge the championship. Wang Yuanfen said. Yes, if we can win the championship, why not? The others nodded. Have you all reached a unified opinion? Zhu Shan asked everyone with a smile. He was very satisfied. He couldn't help but be satisfied. Fifen and his gang were really motivated. They took the initiative to propose this goal before he proposed it. Is there any better result than this? In fact, such a situation is not uncommon. Although the Fifen players seem indifferent to the results of this season, there is a big premise, that is, after this year, in the next 1 or 2 years, they will make an impact on the 5-time champion. Now it's just a matter of moving the time forward. With such a brilliant achievement already achieved, what's the big deal about moving it forward? It's just a matter of course. Well, in the next game, we will not only put all our efforts into the league and try our best to compete in every game, but we will also make an impact in the cup competition. We will strive to win a championship before the end of this season and prevent others from winning 5 championships. What do you think? Okay. The extraordinary players shouted while waving their fists. Since they want to challenge for the championship, of course they will challenge for everything they can. No team that is capable of challenging for the championship will only challenge for one, which is also a feature of the football era game. Chapter 519. Only the strong can maintain. It has to be said that when people have a goal, they will perform better. This is also normal. Without a goal, there will naturally be a lack of motivation. Players with insufficient motivation will not perform particularly well, no matter how professional they are. After all, without motivation, you will be listless in doing anything. If Zheng Qi had not announced a new goal, the extraordinary players would still take the next game very seriously, because they have the goal of training themselves. However, without the more motivating goal of challenging the championship, how good the effect would be is indeed worth discussing. But now, it is different. After intensive preparations, Fifen began his journey for the second cycle. The schedule of the football era is random. It is not necessarily the same for the opponent played in the first round of the first half of the season, and the opponent played in the 20th round of the second half of the season. This can make the game more intense. No one has any objection to this rule. After all, the schedule is just a summary. After a short break, the league resumed. In the 20th round, Fifen was not very impressive. Although they won this round of the league and easily defeated the weak teams Thongban, for that current league, Fifen's victory is no longer a surprising thing. Similarly, Chengfeng's victory over Qingxing and Tinhe's victory over Chongsao are not rare things. In the middle of the league, if a strong team still loses points to a weak team or a mid-level team, then the problem of this strong team will be very big. Fifen certainly has no problem now, and Chengfeng has no problem either. Although Tinhe has lost 2 games in a row, it is indeed a bit problematic, but the timely rest time has given them a good opportunity to adjust their own status. In the other 2 games, Nangguo defeated Jinlong away from home, showing an extremely good state, but Canning was tied by Frivolous, and Canning slipped to 5th place and was surpassed by Tinhe. Our form was a bit up and down before, but fortunately, we had the opportunity to adjust in time. Now the gap between us and Chengfeng is still only 1 point, and we will keep up with them. We also have the desire to win the league championship this season. Zheng Qi said at the press conference after the game. This made the reporters stunned. Fifen had always been low-key before, and had never said that he would win the championship even though he ranked first for so many games. What happened today? Did he suddenly expand? Before, Captain Zheng Qi always said that Fifen's goal was to avoid relegation, but now Coach Zheng Qi said that Fifen would launch an attack towards the championship. What happened in between? A reporter asked immediately. No, it's just keeping up with the times. Zheng Qi interrupted. What do you mean by keeping up with the times? The reporter was stunned. It's also called different times, haven't you learned it? Zheng Qi asked. The reporter almost vomited blood. Of course I have learned it, but what does it have to do with this? Of course. Zheng Qi said seriously. Because I have studied it, the score required to avoid relegation is 40 points, and in the last round, we have already scored 40 points, which means that we have completed the task of this season 19 rounds in advance. After completing a task, we have to rest and play the next game casually. Of course not, we're a professional team and we must treat ourselves with a professional attitude. So we decided to move on to the next goal, which is to challenge the championship. Zheng Qi nodded beside him. Yes, we just had a meeting 2 days ago, and everyone reached such a consensus. But from avoiding relegation to winning the championship, don't you think this jump is too big? The reporter was speechless. Not much, a team ranked second and only 1 point away from the first place is challenging the championship. Is it very curious? Well, it is indeed not curious. The reporter announced that he had retreated, but they were still very happy. After all, Fifen announced that he would challenge the championship, so they would have something to write about. Which reporter would complain that there was too little news? No reporter complained about the lack of news. Fifen's words provided them with a new topic. Zheng Qi was right. With Fifen's current status and points, they are already one of the strongest contenders for the league championship. Is it surprising that they announced their goal of winning the championship? People generally think that Fifen is a little inflated now and not as humble as before. It must be admitted that Fifen is indeed qualified to covet the league championship. Fifen announced that they will challenge the league championship. They are thinking too worldly, right? After knowing the news, Li Qing's was stunned for a moment. They are now 4 points higher than us, Li Kaiyang said. That's true, but we don't have to worry about others, just do our best. We made some mistakes before, and we have to make up for them next. Li Qing said thoughtfully. Interestingly, after hearing the news, Lu Xiaoshan expressed the same emotion. Interesting, Fifen also wants to challenge the championship. This year's championship journey will be more interesting than usual. Lu Xiaoshan smiled. Yes, in addition to Team Head, there are Fifen and Nangguo, and Corning should not be underestimated. Although the situation of other teams is a little worse, compared with us, they also have the ability to disrupt the situation. There will be many variables in this year's league. Wen Xiang said. Don't worry about it. We should do our best, which is better than anything else. Lu Xiaoshan said calmly. In this round of the league, the strong teams basically won, which also indicates that the World Championship competition is about to begin. And Corning's draw in this round seems to indicate that they are beginning to fall behind. After all, the start of the second cycle means that the entire season has reached the sprint stage. Falling behind at this time is much more difficult to catch up than falling behind before. Zheng has already started sprinting, Team Head has also adjusted its state, Fifen has determined its goal, and Nangguo has never wavered. They are the four most powerful teams this season. Before the 21st round, the second round of the China Cup group stage began. In this round, because they had already won a game in advance, Fifen played very easily. Their players came out one by one, more like warm-ups than anything else, just to prepare for the next game. Even so, they tied their opponents and successfully entered the top 16 of the China Cup. The next game of the China Cup will be held in the second half. Now they can focus all their attention on the league. Before the end of the first half of the game, that is, before the arrival of summer, we must maintain a perfect record, so that we can show our full level in the impact of the second half. Zhu Shan said very seriously in the team meeting. Fifen's players had no objection to this, because they knew that the next few rounds might be the easiest period of time. The next four opponents are Yushen, Jinfen, Jinlong and Lingdong. Strictly speaking, these four teams are not Fifen's opponents. After all, Jinlong is the only strong team, but their current ranking is not very good. Recently, their performance has begun to decline. Now they are only ranked 9th, with only 27 points. They are 6 points behind Xiu and have begun to fall behind. The other teams were all outside the top 10. If they couldn't get enough points against these teams, then winning the league championship would be just empty talk. What's more, Yushen and Jinfen had both made Fifen suffer before. They only got 1 point from them in their first 2 rounds of the league. At the time, Fifen was still in the process of adapting. Now, it was time to take revenge. Yushen and Jinfen didn't let Fifen take advantage in the first round. Fifen's players now wanted to defeat them. Otherwise, they would be at a disadvantage in the overall results. This was unbearable. So, they supported the task assigned by Zhu Shan very much, and even raised their hands to agree to prove their support. We played against Zhu Shan before. They are nothing special. We should attack in the way we are used to and defeat them. Zhu Shan said before the game started. Then Fifen's players rushed out with a roar. Yushen was very depressed. They actually played well this year and ranked 11th, but they were only 6 points higher than the relegation zone. Every point was very important to them. Fifen's previous performance has long proved that they're a strong team, so even though they defeated Fifen in the first round, they did not expect to win another game against Fifen. It is enough to tie and get 1 point. If Fifen had not announced the impact of the championship, maybe they could still complete such a tactical conception. However, after the goal is the championship, Fifen will not want to lose any points to a weak team. In this game, they encountered a Fifen with high momentum. And it is obvious that after announcing the impact of the championship, Fifen obviously stimulated the fans very well. Although this game was played away, the fans who supported Fifen were much more than those who supported the home team Yushen. The team could not beat them, and the number of fans could not be compared. The senior management of Yushen felt very frustrated, but what can they do? Who made your club run worse than others? It is actually very simple in the arena. No matter how long and glorious your history is, it is not good now. If you fall behind, you will be beaten. There is nothing to say. If you lose, your opponent will not sympathize with you. This is a naked law of survival. Only the strong can live comfortably, while the weak can only linger, or even be relegated and fall, and never rise again. At any time, the rise of new forces will damage the interests of traditional teams, but no one can complain about this. This is the fairest competition, not relying on history, not relying on anything else, but relying on one's own strength. Only the strong can maintain their status. Chapter 520. Finding a balance. In this game, Fifan won very cleanly, with a beautiful 2-0. They didn't give Yushen many chances throughout the game. They didn't suppress the whole game, but at least they firmly controlled the situation on the field. This scene is actually very normal. When the two sides met in the first round, Fifan had a great advantage, but they were defeated by Yushen's counterattack because of their mentality. Now they are more mature than before. As long as there are no problems, the possibility of losing to Yushen is much smaller. Although there are no weak teams in the Super League, it is still different in the final analysis. A mid-level team like Yushen, without the support of god-level players, is not very good in overall level. Although it can achieve good results by relying on the overall and rich experience, it is difficult to open up the situation in some aspects when encountering a team like Fifan that has excellent individual ability and overall level and strong players. However, in this round, it is not only Fifan who won the game. This round also saw a very interesting situation among the top 9 teams, except for Xi, which lost to Zheng Qi, which has been performing amazingly well recently. The other strong teams did not stumble and all won, and Zheng Qi won, Fifan won, Jinhe won, Nanguo won, Corning won, Jinlong won, Xinfeng won, Shenhua won, and the strong teams are starting to get on the fast track. This was the media's view on this round, and it was indeed the case. By the 21st round, if the strong teams still didn't exert their strength, it would not be adjusting their status, but something really went wrong, and after such a round, the two-pole trend in the league began to become more and more obvious. From 1st to 9th place, the highest score was 47 points, and the lowest score was 30 points. From 10th to 20th, among these 11 teams, the one with the highest score was only 23 points, and the one with the lowest score was 17 points. 11 teams had only 6 points. It is obvious that this year's relegation battle will be extremely fierce. At the same time, as the strong teams began to sprint, the weak teams had a much lower chance of taking advantage of the strong teams. If they wanted to stay in the league, they had to grab more points from their fellow relegation-seeking brothers. This matter seemed very cruel. The 22nd round of the league. Fifan welcomed Jinfeng after a few days of adjustment. Facing this team that was only 1 point away from the relegation zone, Fifan did not hold back at all. They launched a fierce attack in the game, constantly tearing open the opponent's defense line, and finally won with a score of 3-0. This was their second consecutive victory after the start of the second half. But in the same way, Zheng Qi and Nanguo both won, showing an extremely good state. Zheng Qi has maintained a 7-game winning streak, and these 7 consecutive victories are full of gold content. They have defeated Fifan, Jinhe and Xi successively, and Nanguo's victory was also excellent. They defeated Xinfeng at home and continued to chase closely behind Zheng Qi with Fifan. Jinhe, on the other hand, did not perform well in this game. They were tied by Yushen, who had just lost to Fifan. Although they were still ranked 4th, they were tied by Shenhua in points. They were only 1 point ahead of Corning, and were left 7 points behind by Zheng Qi. For these two old rivals, such a gap was quite difficult to catch up. What's wrong with Jinhe? Don't they want to win the championship? Zheng Qi said in surprise. Isn't it good for them to degenerate? We have one less competitor. Liga Rui said with a smile. Don't underestimate them. Their current state has finally been adjusted. This game is a price that must be paid. Maybe only Li Qingx can play like this. Meng Fan expressed a different opinion. Really? Uncle Meng, if you say so, we have to take it seriously. After the summer is over, they will meet us, right? Zheng Qi asked curiously. Well, they are indeed adjusting their state, and they've also taken the summer rest period into consideration. No matter what, don't underestimate Jinhe. Meng Fan said solemnly. But now it seems that Zheng Qi and Nanguo are our biggest opponents, Yuanfeng muttered. Of course, these two teams are also our biggest opponents. I just want to say that even though we are 5 points ahead of Team Head, we should not underestimate them. Meng Fan replied. Don't worry, Uncle Meng, we don't need to care about other people's situation, just do our best, right? Zheng Qi said. Meng Fan laughed. It was right to say so before, but it's not right now. Ah? Zheng Qi had a look on his face that said, are you kidding me? In this situation, we must observe all the movements of our competitors. The league is not a simple game, although the league is composed of games, but in fact, in this situation, we need to consider the situation of each opponent. One-on-one games can only affect some specific factors, and many situations need to be observed from the overall perspective. Meng Fan talked a lot, and then found that Fifan and a group of players were looking at him with confused eyes. Well, there's no point in saying these to you. That's what the coach and I need to think about. Adjust your state. We need to adapt to the current tactics better. Do you understand? Meng Fan sighed and said. Got it. The extraordinary players answered loudly, because they finally heard words they could understand. Now the extraordinary tactics are more active than before. In the final analysis, it is to play more at their own level in offensive, and don't need to concentrate on defensive without revealing flaws. They can do this, but it is really too tiring. The players can't support it. It's okay to use it occasionally in 1 or 2 key games, but most of the time, it's still necessary to use tactics with a higher tolerance rate. For this choice, Bin Shikai has no opinion, although it seems that he will suffer the most by doing this, because it will greatly affect his position in the team. When using the tactic before, Bin Shikai was the absolute core of the team and had a prominent position. Now, he is just an ordinary member of the team. However, Bin Shikai didn't care. He had been the core for many years. Now, at the end of his career, he unexpectedly came to Fifan. He originally wanted to retire, but he didn't expect Fifan to have such strength. In this case, he only wants one thing now, that is, to become a part of Fifan and win some valuable championships. In this way, his career will appear more complete and more brilliant. So Bin Shikai doesn't care about this at all, not to mention that his characteristics can also be brought into play under such circumstances. He and Zheng Qi always play together, so that when he breaks out, Zheng Qi will always follow him in the first time, help him open the way, respond to his approach, and seize the opportunities he creates. This is also very important. Bin Shikai himself has no opinion, which naturally brings better results to Fifan. Zhu Shan was worried that Bin Shikai would have an opinion, but Meng Fan told him, don't worry, there will be no problem. Veterans like Bin Shikai know what to do to benefit the entire team, and his position will not only stand from his own perspective, but from the perspective of the entire team. Now, this new tactic has indeed made the performance of the entire team more continuous. As long as they are not overworked and overdrawn, Fifan is unlikely to encounter the situation in the first half where the team was not in good condition due to collective fatigue. The tactics in the first half are actually an experiment. It is an experiment on how to integrate the tactics that Bin Shikai is used to of the overall tactics of the entire Fifan. Now it seems that the effect is very good. While giving full play to the level of other Fifan players, Bin Shikai's personal characteristics can also be played frequently. Although there were some ups and downs in the process before, the progress is very gratifying. While playing to the overall level, it also gives Bin Shikai room to play. If this can be achieved, this big tactic is already a success. Zhu Shan was originally a head coach who would arrange the tactics in great detail, but now he has begun to learn to grasp the big joints, and some details can be delegated to let the Fifan players feel it on the fields themselves. After all, for the players at Fifan, their individual levels are very good and full of personality. Zheng Qi's comprehensiveness and overall view, Su Jing's fine observation, Li Rui and Wang Yuanfen's speed and reaction, Zhu Yi's perseverance, Fu Lei's tenacity, Zheng Shou's calculation, Niao Lua's ability to control large-scale skills, Qing Chuan's comprehensiveness, Lin Fei's interception, Zhong Qing's support, Chen Lin's defensor, Jiang Xiaohan and Qing Yao's impactability, these are all very distinctive levels. If they are restricted too much, it will be easy for them to not play well on the court. Now, the players of Fifan will have more or less space on the court. When they face the situation they are good at, they can always have some good performance. This is also important to show. In any case, with the overall level of Fifan, if the strength of each of their players can be well played, then there is really no team that can surpass them. Of course, this is only the strength on paper, just like last year Cheng was also super strong on paper, but it made many people's level unable to play well, and the real threat may not be as outstanding as this year. It is not easy to find a balance between the two, and Yushan has been trying to find such a balance. Fortunately, he still has time. In the next game, he can gradually experiment and observe. Although the goal is to win the championship, he does not have the pressure of winning the championship, and can consider things more calmly from all aspects. Chapter 521. The Rise of the South. In the 23rd round of the league, Fifan met Tianlong, which was also the best opponent Fifan had met in the last 4 games. The last time Fifan met Tianlong was in the 12th round of the league. At the time, Fifan had just lost to Xianfen, ending their 8-game winning streak. However, they quickly adjusted their state and played a very beautiful control-type tactic. In the end, they defeated Tianlong by 2 goals and stabilized their first place in the standings. After 10 rounds, Fifan had given up the stable but tiring style of play and switched to a more aggressive offensive tactic. How would they perform against Tianlong? Tianlong's recent situation was not very good. They continued to maintain their 9th place, but they were gradually left behind by Xiu. Now they were 5 points behind Xiu, not to mention the first place Changfen. The gap between them and Changfen had been pulled to 19 points, and there was basically no hope of winning the championship. After performing well in the early stage, Tianlong's performance has declined recently. Xi Yongfei's departure has indeed affected Tianlong's overall strength. Previously, because of Yo's outbreak, they still maintained the top few places. However, the outbreak of the god-level players could not continue forever. Yo's inevitably fell into a low period. Once his state was low, the performance of the entire Tianlong plummeted. Maybe now Xi Yongfei can breathe a sigh of relief. He also proved his excellence in a side way. Tianlong, who was now in a bad state, met Fifan, who just shouted the slogan of winning the championship. Naturally, the end is more dangerous than good. In this game, Fifan did not carry out any targeted tactics against Zhou. Before, they used this tactic to cut off Tianlong's core players, leaving the other Tianlong players in a state of no leader. Now, Zhou's state has declined. Even if he cuts off the connection between him and others, it is just forcing Tianlong's players to show their level. Let Zhou and his teammates connect closely together, and then rely on the overall strength to defeat them. This is Fifan's overall tactic for this game. I have to say that this move is still very poisonous. Fifan's players have a great overall advantage, and Tianlong inevitably fell into a slump with Zhou's state, which made them appear more vulnerable in the game. Under Fifan's fierce attack, although Tianlong's players resisted quite tenaciously, Zhou also showed the demeanor of a god-level player in a low state, but Fifan's performance was even better. In this game, Fifan's overall performance can be described in only 4 words, that is, steady and steady. Steady and steady sounds simple and seems to be very mediocre. However, in fact, if you don't have an absolute advantage in strength, can you be steady and steady? What's more, Fifan's opponent in this game is not a mid to low level team, but a strong team like Tianlong. They naturally won't watch Fifan's steady and steady play. Under the leadership of Zheng, they constantly launched counter-attacks from all aspects, trying to involve the game in a melee to create opportunities. However, Fifan resisted all their attempts one by one, and kept putting pressure on Tianlong. Tianlong tied the score twice, but Fifan took the lead again and finally defeated Tianlong away with a score of 4-2. This victory made all the teams that paid attention to Fifan a little cold. This victory was a completely repressive victory, which thoroughly demonstrated Fifan's outstanding overall strength and repressive ability. They were able to put such pressure on Tianlong. Their strength was indeed outstanding. In fact, other clubs almost knew this, but Fifan's recent performance was more and more stable, which made people feel more threatening. A new army with stable performance is much more terrible than a new army with ups and downs. Just looking at this game, Fifan is already a fully mature and stable strong team. Of course, their performance in this game may be accidental, but if they can perform once, there'll inevitably be more such performances. Fifan's ability to grab points is not weak, and now it can be more stable. In the league, this is quite terrible. Of course, in this round, Fifan's performance is not particularly eye-catching, because Changfeng and Tianhe almost broke out at the same time in this round. Facing the powerful Canning, which can even be said to have performed extremely well since the beginning of this season, Tianhe showed a nearly overwhelming strength. They swept Canning 4-0 at home. In the game, Tianhe's tactics completely suppressed the opponent, and at the same time continued to score goals, making Canning's players lose quite frustrated. And Changfeng. They performed equally well. In the away game, they swept Shenhua with a score of 5-1, showing their invincible ability to break formations and attack. These two teams have really adjusted their status completely and started to attack in advance, Meng Fan sighed after watching the two games. Why do you say that, Uncle Meng? Others were a little puzzled. They also won big like this before, but not like now. Facing two strong teams, they used their best tactics and won a big victory. This proves that they have completely stimulated their status. Next, they will not make any mistakes. Meng Fan sighed and said, this is not good news for us. Why? Zheng Qi asked. Because we will face them separately next. When the time comes, you will know what the strong teams that have dominated the entire league in the past few years are like. Meng Fan said. Damn, Uncle Meng, don't underestimate us. We are also a top team now. Liga Rui waved his fist and said. That's right, we are so good now. Even if we meet them at their best, we can still win. The other extraordinary players waved their fists and shouted. Meng Fan looked at them and laughed. Uncle Meng, what do you mean by that smile? Are you laughing at us? Zheng Qi shouted. No, it's just that seeing you guys are so energetic, I am very pleased. Meng Fan replied. Do you think what Uncle Meng said is credible? Zheng Qi turned to ask Su Jing. I think after a while, we will know whether it is a mockery or a sincere compliment to us. Su Jing answered affirmatively. Meng Fan almost fell down. Joking aside, since being tied by the opponent in the last round of the first cycle, Fifan has won 4 games in a row, chasing closely behind Changfeng. If it weren't for Changfeng's recent strong performance, killing many people and winning all the way, their current position would definitely not be second. However, it can also be seen from this that the teams that want to challenge the championship now have to keep grabbing points. It is difficult for Fifan to return to the top of the standings again after a victory, as in the first half of the season. The second half is the sprint stage, and Fifan's players have begun to have a deep understanding of this. We must win the next game, our opponent is not strong this round, and Changfeng is going to fight with Nanguo. Before the end of the first half of the season, we can still have a chance to top the standings. This is also God's help. If Changfeng beats Nanguo, it doesn't matter. But if Changfeng fails to beat Nanguo and we fail to defeat the opponent, then we will become the laughing stock of others. Do you understand? Try your best to win this game. Zhu Shan said to the players before the start of the 24th round. As a relatively young head coach, he is still able to grasp the psychology of the young players like Fifan. Whether it is not to become a laughing stock or for their own face, such words are enough to stimulate the great fighting spirit of the Fifan players. This is indeed the case. Lingdong is not a too-weak team. After all, they have always been a mid-level team. Although compared with the mid-level teams such as Xingji and Manglating that can easily impact the top 8, their results are much more ordinary, but they are also a standard mid-level team. Of course, Lingdong didn't play very well this year. They are now ranked 14th, and the score ahead of the relegation zone is only 4 points. This performance is not very good, but after all, they have not entered the relegation zone, which is not too bad. However, at Fifan's home court, they were suppressed by Fifan, who was in high spirits, and they couldn't even breathe. The flexible and changeable offenser put a huge pressure on Lingdong's defenser. Although Fifan's defenser was not as solid and flawless as before, under the suppression of the offenser, the loopholes in their defense line also seem to be reduced a lot. Lingdong is also trying hard to play. After all, they are also fighting for their own survival. However, under the suppression of Fifan, they also didn't resist for long. 3-0, Fifan won the last league game before the summer off-season without bloodshed. In the other 2 games, they also received news that surprised them. Qinhe was tied by the newly promoted Yanshuang in the away game, and the gap between them and Fifan was widened again. In another focus game, Nanguo showed an extremely good state. They once again relied on excellent defense to completely block Changfeng's attack, and then scored the only goal of the game through a sneak attack, defeating Changfeng with a score of 1-0, completing the double kill of Changfeng for the first time in a season. This is an extremely remarkable achievement, and it can even be said to be a great record. Changfeng has never been double killed by any team in a season since Lu Xiaoshan's rise, and this season, Nanguo created such a miracle. We are close to perfection this season, and the championship is our only goal. Chen Feng said proudly after the game, and the fans of Nanguo were ecstatic. After so many years, Nanguo once again saw the hope of winning the championship. For this traditional strong team, this is what they dream of. Chapter 522. The Lost Stadium in History. Double kill Changfeng. Nanguo created a miracle that no team has been able to create in recent years. However, after this round, The one who gained the most benefits was Fifan. They are now at the top of the standings again, and have surpassed Zheng Qi by 2 points. Fifan ranks first with 55 points. Zheng Qi and Nanguo both have 53 points. Qinhe ranks 4th with 47 points, and Canning ranks 5th with 45 points. The gap between the top few has gradually widened. Qinhe is now 8 points behind Fifan, which seems to be difficult to catch up with in the remaining 14 rounds of the league. For Fifan, their biggest opponents now seem to be only Zheng Qi and Nanguo. Of course, they are still ranked first now, although they slipped to second place at the halfway point, but now returning to the first place again seems to be more valuable than the halfway championship. There are only 14 rounds left in the league. If Fifan continues to maintain such an outstanding performance, the league championship is not a dream. We have experienced a lot in these 24 rounds, just like a dream. Now we are ranked first. I am sincerely proud of our team. They have proved that our claim to win the championship is not a foolish dream. Fifan is now one of the top teams in the league, there is no doubt about that. In the next 2 months, we will better adjust our status and launch an impact on the league championship, which is our only task next. Fanphone fans, I am very happy that you have given us great support in the past time, and I hope that you can support us better in the future. Fifan has never been a traditional strong team, but we can still create our own era. Before the end of the first half of the season, Zhu Shan's words made Fifan fans feel very happy. Fifan's current results make them feel very happy, not to mention that they have regained the first place again. This is of course a very happy thing. And the Fifan team is also filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Well, everyone worked hard in the first half, but the next game will be more difficult, so there will be fewer summer vacations. During the 1-week vacation, everyone should have a good rest. We will have more difficult training and competitions next. Zhu Shan said to everyone. A week's vacation is not that long. Generally, the teams in the Super League have at least half a month's vacation at this time, so that the players can have a good rest. That is, the teams participating in the Intercontinental Cup, such as Zheng Qi, will only have a week's vacation at this time, and then they will concentrate on preparing for the Intercontinental Cup. But the extraordinary players don't care about this. What they're thinking about now is to hit the championship. What's the harm of taking a week less? The best teams don't have a few days of rest throughout the year, but such a busy time is the day that every professional player longs for. Come on, go out and walk around. Does anyone want to accompany my sister to play on the sea for a few days? Niaoiwa shouted coquettishly. Wearing a gas mask to swim in the sea? Sister Nia, you really have an idea. Zheng Qi praised, then turned around and ran away quickly. Don't let me catch you, I'll scratch you to death. Seeing that she couldn't catch up, Niaoiwa could only curse loudly, and then turned to ask Su Jing. Do you want to go together? Su Jing smiled and shook her head. Forget it, I want to rest for a few more days, and the group also has things to do. Okay, I'll have to take Xiaoshu with me. Niaoiwa sighed and said very melancholy. Zheng Qi looked up and looked at Niaoiwa in surprise. Did I agree to go? Do you dare not go? Niaoiwa threatened. Zheng Qi hesitated and then shook his head sadly. Wang Yuanfeng patted Zheng Qi's shoulder sympathetically, Li Gerui patted Zheng Qi's shoulder sympathetically, and Zheng Qi, who came out of nowhere, also patted Zheng Qi's shoulder. Zheng Qi slapped Zheng Qi's hand away. You ran away now. It's okay, maybe it's a good experience, wearing a gas mask to enjoy the sunshine on the beach, and doggy paddling in the sea with your whole body sealed. It makes people feel excited just thinking about it. Zheng Qi said gloatingly. Zheng Qi raised 2 middle fingers to Zheng Qi. You said it's so lively, where are you going? Zheng Qi asked Zheng Qi. I'm not as relaxed as you guys, I have a lot of work to do, understand? Zheng Qi waved his hand and said. Boss, I sympathize with you, I'm leaving first. Li Gerui said. Let's go, I've long been accustomed to walking alone. Zheng Qi waved his arms and said proudly. When almost all the extraordinary players left, including Wang Fan, Zhu Shan, and Feng Qing from the technical department, Zheng Qi and Su Jing were the only ones left in the huge club. Wow, ha, finally gone. Zheng Qi rubbed his hands and said excitedly. So happy, this thing, is it really that interesting? Su Jing asked Zheng Qi curiously. Of course, otherwise why would I be so excited? Zheng Qi smiled, and then went to pull Su Jing's hand. Come on, let's go together. You'll know how interesting it is if you try. Su Jing was pulled forward by Zheng Qi and couldn't help but, hey, don't be impatient, why are you so impatient? I can't wait. There are people everywhere in the club. I'm embarrassed to go. Now I finally have such an opportunity. How can I not be impatient? Zheng Qi smiled very brightly. Holding Su Jing's hand, Zheng Qi walked into his own defense line, then opened the holographic cabin and gestured to Su Jing. Su Jing sighed. Her holographic cabin had been pulled to Zheng Qi's room. Now it seems that there is no way to exit. The next moment, the two entered their own holographic cabins at the same time, and then entered the myth area. Where are we going? Su Jing asked Zheng Qi after entering the myth area. Follow me. Zheng Qi snapped his fingers. The two entered the arena together. Zheng Qi entered a string of numbers, and immediately, a huge map appeared in front of the two. In addition to the cities where everyone is active in the mythology zone, the arena is actually a huge place that can be compared with the main map. Compared with the city map, the arena is more free. Players can set up countless maps through their own settings and set them up according to their own wishes. This kind of map can be a personal private setting, which is relatively small, or it can be a new map set up by many people together, which is much larger. The map that Zheng Qi and Su Jing are facing now is an extremely huge map set up by many people together. Su Jing was a little lost at this moment. In the football era, Su Jing has seen all the huge and glorious maps. There are countless fascinating scenery in those copies. Many players enter the mythology zone not to swipe monsters and fight for treasures, but to travel around and appreciate the beautiful scenery and mountains that are difficult to see in reality. However, what appeared in front of Su Jing now is another kind of shock. Countless majestic stadiums stood on a large plain. The appearance of these stadiums was different, but Su Jing looked at them at a glance, and they seemed to have infinite charm to attract her. Shocking, right? Zheng Qi asked. Su Jing nodded. It was indeed very shocking. Although these stadiums did not look huge and the stands could only accommodate tens of thousands of people, it was much worse than the current football era where the stadiums could easily accommodate hundreds of millions of spectators, but it had a different kind of charm. When I first discovered this place, I was as shocked as you. Zheng Qi smiled and said, did you see it? There are thousands of stadiums here, all of which were real stadiums in the past. These stadiums have been abandoned in the past 100 years. After all, no one can live in the outside world for a long time, but there are still many people who remember their names, their appearance, and what they represent. At this point, Zheng Qi pointed to a stadium that was emitting red light and looked like a big cocoon. This stadium is called Allianz Arena. It was the home stadium of Bayern Munich, the overlord of the German league at the time. Although this stadium does not have a long history, it was hailed as one of the most beautiful stadiums in the world at the time. This stadium is called Camp Nou. It is the largest stadium owned by a European club. At most, it can accommodate 120,000 spectators. Later, due to the cancellation of seats, the number decreased a lot, but it can still accommodate more than 100,000 spectators. Every time Barcelona plays a game on this stadium, their members can make the stadium almost full. This is the Meazza San Siro Stadium. Well, it has two names, because this stadium is the home stadium of two Milan giants. The official name is Meazza, and Inter Milan fans will call it that, but AC Milan fans will only call it San Siro, because the area where the stadium is located is called San Siro. Just for this name, the fans of the two Milan clubs can argue for 3 days. This is the Bernabeu, the home stadium of Real Madrid, the best club of the century. It was once the largest club stadium in Europe, with a maximum capacity of 120,000 people. After several renovations, it can accommodate 80,000 people, second only to Camp Nou in capacity. Like Barcelona, Real Madrid members can also fill this stadium every time. This is Old Trafford, the home stadium of the Red Devils Manchester United, nicknamed the Theatre of Dreams, the largest club home stadium in England, with a capacity second only to Wembley Stadium. In this stadium, Manchester United achieved their reputation as the Red Devils. This is Westfalen, this is Anfield. Zheng Qi began to introduce these golf courses to Su Jing one by one. Although there were many golf courses, Su Jing did not feel impatient at all, but was completely immersed in the past history. It was a history that seemed to have disappeared, but was remembered by countless people. Si es escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas, significa lo descarga and y subieron sin esfuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas al encontrar la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 523 Ancient Football. So many stadiums. Su Jing muttered. Thousands of stadiums, it seems a lot, but it's not that many. Zheng Qi laughed. There are hundreds of famous stadiums in Europe alone. There are many other continents. Many stadiums may not be famous, but the teams that have played games on them still have many fans. These stadiums are basically replicated here. There are also countless other smaller stadiums. Maybe many people will keep one in their private space. They are thoughtful, but are they just keeping these stadiums for viewing? Zheng asked curiously. Of course not. If there are stadiums, there will be games. Zheng Qi laughed. Games? Zheng was stunned. Yes, the kind of games in ancient football, that is, we play a game every day after training. Zheng Qi replied. Is it the kind of game, not relying on skills, but only on one's own ability, and the rules are also very simple? Zheng thought for a while and asked. Yes, there are such games here almost every day, and there are also some leagues and so on, but there are regulations, and one's own ability must be restricted. Zheng Qi replied. What restrictions? Zheng asked curiously. These are all physical limitations, mainly speed. The speed limit is 100 meters in 10 seconds. There are not many other restrictions. The main reason is that the stadium has maintained its original size. If there is no such restriction, 100 meters can be run in 2 or 3 seconds at our current speed. It would be meaningless. Zheng suddenly realized. Indeed, in the game of football era, the physical fitness of humans has been greatly enhanced, of course, in the game, not in reality. Even if an ordinary player only has an average attribute point of 600 points, if these 600 points are added to all attributes, then each attribute can reach 75 points. The physical qualities represented by these attribute points were calculated by scientists several years ago. Basically, in reality, the limits that humans can reach, such as running 100 meters in less than 10 seconds, jumping over 2 meters, snatching over 150 kilograms, and other world record-breaking achievements, are only achieved with 10 attribute points in the football era. 150 attribute points represent that if humans can use the attributes in the game in reality, then everyone will be a Superman. In this case, the venues for participating in the football era games are often quite large, so that there is enough space for display. Otherwise, 1 or 2 seconds is enough for the players to run back and forth on the field, so what's the point of playing? If you play according to the rules of the previous football, everything else is easy to say, whether it is strength or jumping. Even if you have superhuman strength, you will face opponents with the same strength, so there will be no problem. Your strength can be better, which is also your advantage. The same goes for jumping. If there is no restriction on speed, the longest distance from one end of the football field to the other is only more than 120 meters. With the speed of current players, it would only take 2 or 3 seconds to run back and forth, and the game would be meaningless. Can we also participate in the game? Zheng asked. Of course, just form a team. Although there are leagues here sometimes, because it is amateur, most of the time, you can just form a random team and play on the field. Zheng Qi snapped his fingers. Follow me. Following Zheng Qi, Zheng quickly walked into the big arena. In the square of the arena, Zheng Qi walked to a display screen with familiarity, and then searched for the team with 2 gaps. Soon, Zheng Qi and Zheng joined a team. It was obvious that although Zheng Qi seemed to have been here for a long time, there were too many people playing here. Zheng Qi would not be able to meet acquaintances just by joining a team. After seeing Zheng Qi and Zheng, the other 9 people in the team did not show any surprise. After all, the existence of female players in the football era is not a rare thing, let alone football games. In the world of football era, gender differences have basically ceased to exist. It is not uncommon to see cute girls who are much stronger and stronger than men. Everyone has experience in playing football, right? How are the attributes allocated? I hope everyone can allocate the attributes better, otherwise it will be more troublesome to play. A teammate said. Zheng was a little confused, and Zheng Qi quickly explained the situation to her in private chat. Because most of the players participating in the game have low attribute points, which is just the normal level of 600 points, so before the game starts, they will reset their attributes. Those who are good at defense will add more strength and jumping, offensive players will add more speed and agility, and goalkeepers will also need to add more attributes in jumping and flexibility. Of course, it is not the same as always. In the final analysis, you still have to set the attributes according to your own strengths. After understanding this, Zheng was a little confused. Her points were biased. As a support player, she added more points to endurance, physique, balance and flexibility to ensure that her support skills and life-saving ability were stronger. However, in a football match, adding more points to these 4 items meant that her characteristics were a bit strange, neither defensive nor offensive. What are you afraid of? Just arrange it like this. Play in the midfield. It's all round. Zheng Qi said with a smile. Su Jing was stunned at first, and then reacted. This was true. Although Su Jing focused on adding points to these 4 items, her other attributes also exceeded 90 points. Otherwise, how could she be equipped with legendary equipment? Of course, after entering the arena, you can choose to hide the color and style of your equipment, so other people don't know what Su Jing's attributes are. Just report a balanced number and say that you are a midfielder. Zheng Qi said to Su Jing in private chat. What about you? Su Jing asked. Oh, I'm a front midfielder with balanced attributes. Zheng Qi smiled. You're a bit shameless, aren't you? Yeah, you use more than 900 attribute points to bully others. Where is your conscience? Su Jing sighed. I always control myself and only use 100 points for each attribute. Zheng Qi replied. That's also 800 points. Su Jing sighed. So, of course we have to play to our advantage. Zheng Qi laughed. After Su Jing and Zheng Qi reported the position, the player who collected the information slapped his forehead and said regretfully, It's over, this game will be 352, there are so many midfielders. Can we defend that road? If the opponent is 442, then it will be 2 against 1 of us. Someone asked. Don't worry, with the 2 of us in the midfield, we will split up to support on both sides, and it will be as solid as a rock. Zheng Qi patted his chest and said. Really? That's not bad, but remember to fill in the position. A teammate said. Don't worry, leave it to us. Zheng Qi replied, and then winked at Su Jing. Su Jing smiled. With their attributes, it was really nothing to fill in the positions back and forth. Moreover, Zheng Qi had an excellent overall view, and Su Jing was meticulous, so the effect of filling in the positions would not be bad. As for the footwork, Su Jing and Zheng Qi often played games in the team to relax, and their footwork was not bad. The game will start in 5 minutes, everyone get ready. The captain said. So soon? Su Jing was shocked. Of course, as long as the team is complete, we will be selected from the next complete team to compete. It's interesting, right? Come and play anytime, and you can leave after the game. It's really exciting. Zheng Qi smiled. So in every game, teammates and opponents are random? Su Jing asked. Yes, that's interesting, isn't it? Zheng Qi replied. Have you met acquaintances? Su Jing asked. I met Shinryu Fei and Li Gurui and others a few times. I have also met some guys in the league. I have to say that those guys in the professional league are still very eye-catching here. Zheng Qi replied. That's right. Just the attribute points alone can crush many opponents. Su Jing complained. Don't make a fuss. There are also many regulars here with 700 or 800 attribute points. After all, there are so many players, there are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Zheng Qi said. That's right. Many people don't play in the professional league, but that doesn't mean they don't play this. Su Jing nodded. It seems that we have to be more serious. It should be very serious, okay? You know, how to quickly form a tacit understanding with unfamiliar teammates, how to quickly observe the characteristics and strengths of teammates, and the characteristics and strengths of opponents. It is very good for our thinking and brains. Zheng Qi said. Is this how you train your overall view? Su Jing asked. It wasn't before, but now, because I find that it really trains people here. Zheng Qi replied. And the guys in the league I met, they all used this place to train their abilities. Then why didn't you tell me earlier? Su Jing said with some blame. I have said it before, and I have told you the password and other things. Others have been here, but you were just too lazy to come. Do you still blame me? Zheng Qi cried out in grievance. Su Jing blushed. Zheng Qi had indeed said so a long time ago, but she herself was not very interested, or her attention was attracted by the club and the company's affairs, so she had never come. If it weren't for Zheng Qi's soft and hard persuasion, she might not have agreed this time, but women can always find excuses, and Su Jing is no exception, especially in front of Zheng Qi. That's because you didn't tell me the benefits of coming here to compete early. Su Jing said. I was wrong. Zheng Qi said sadly. Chapter 524. The opponent is strong. Su Jing was still very excited to participate in such a competition. Although she had often played in the team's football games before and was familiar with the rules of the game, she didn't feel nervous after all, as she was playing with teammates she had been with day and night. Now she was playing against strangers as teammates, so it was inevitable that she would be a little nervous and excited. "Don't be nervous, no one knows who we are anyway," Zheng Qi comforted Su Jing. Su Jing nodded. Indeed, IDs and other things were hidden, and no one knew who was who. Even the captain was randomly assigned by the system, so even if she performed poorly, she would not be criticized. After all, poor performance would not be punished, and those who criticized others would be banned from entering the arena by the system. What's more, over the years, everyone has become accustomed to teammates being good and bad, and there is no matching mechanism. Whether teammates are outstanding or not depends purely on luck. If you are pitted by your teammates in this game, it may be the opponent's turn to be pitted in the next game, so everyone will naturally think about it. The game begins. The stadium we were assigned to today is Good Westfalen. The system can perfectly simulate the grand occasion of the stadium at the time, Zheng Qi said to Su Jing with a smile. Really? What kind of grand occasion? Su Jing asked. Then after the game started, she was shocked. Countless virtual images wearing yellow jerseys in the stands began to cheer and sing. Their singing was extremely uniform, like an opera, which shocked anyone who heard it. Su Jing looked at the field in a trance. There were such people on both sides. Obviously, these were players who rarely came here to play football until their teammates reminded them. They woke up. Su Jing began to run on the field. Her overall view was far less outstanding than Zheng Qi's, but she was meticulous and had strong observation skills. After calming down, she quickly integrated into the game and began to show her own characteristics. There was no outstanding player in the yellow jersey team where Zheng Qi and Su Jing were. It could be seen from their confrontation and running that they were often at a disadvantage in the confrontation with the opponent. It was obvious that there were quite a few players with good attribute points in the opponent's green jersey team. Except for Su Jing, who was considered a newcomer, it was obvious that the other 9 players in the yellow team had a normal attribute of 600 points, some high and some low, but there was no outstanding player. As for the opponent's green team, at least 5 or 6 players had attributes of 650 or even 700 points. In this way, the opponent's advantage was quite large. 352 against 442, the two sides did not fight for long before the opponent began to attack more from the side. 2 against 1, everyone knew how to play. One person dribbled forward, someone was around to receive. If the opponent came up to intercept, pass the ball. If not pass the ball, drive straight in front of a well-coordinated opponent. Such an attack might be useless, but facing a mob that was put together temporarily, it would certainly be very effective. So Su Jing and Zheng Qi started their battle at the same time. When the opponent plays on the wing, of course, they don't chase and attack one side. When they play on the wing, the opponent's center of gravity shifts, and then quickly moves to the other side to launch an attack. When the speed is limited, such an attack is naturally the most effective. Be careful of their transfer, Zheng Qi shouted at Su Jing from a distance. Su Jing did not nod, but quickly turned and rushed to the right. At this time, the opponent had already started to attack from this side. Seeing that the opponent's winger received the ball and started to attack from the wing, Su Jing directed his teammates to intercept, and he targeted another opponent who followed up. The ball player of the green team saw someone from the yellow team coming up to intercept him, and immediately raised his foot and passed the ball. Su Jing saw the opponent's passing route, accelerated, and wanted to go around and steal the ball. She was sure of this. After all, her reaction was quite good, and coupled with her judgment of timing, Su Jing's interception of the ball around the front was quite outstanding. However, what Su Jing didn't expect was that the opponent's reaction seemed to be no worse than hers. When he noticed that Su Jing was about to go around to defend, the opponent immediately rushed forward 2 steps, continued to block Su Jing behind him, then rushed to get the ball in front of Su Jing, flipped the ball backwards, and poked the ball past Su Jing, then quickly turned around, went around Su Jing, and caught up with the football. With a beautiful turn, he instantly shook off Su Jing, and then started to rush straight to the bottom line of the yellow team from the side. Su Jing did not expect that the opponent's reaction could be compared with hers. When she turned around, the opponent had already left her several steps behind. Su Jing gritted her teeth and accelerated to chase, but with the speed being similar, it was already difficult to catch up with the opponent. Su Jing chose to cut off the opponent's route to cut in, but this was also a method without any other choice. Although it could prevent the opponent from cutting in directly, it could no longer prevent the opponent from passing. When the opponent shook off Zheng Qi realized that something was wrong. He began to retreat quickly, wanting to defend back to the penalty area, because he saw that the opponent's center forward had already rushed into his own penalty area like a high-speed train. On the way, the yellow team's defender also wanted to stop him. However, after the two sides made physical contact, the yellow team's defender was immediately knocked away, and the opponent's forward did not slow down at all and continued to rush into the yellow team's penalty area. What a strong force! Zheng Qi muttered in his heart. The defender of our team had reported the attributes before. The strength was as high as 110 points, which was quite outstanding, but he had no resistance in the opponent's physical confrontation. Obviously, the opponent's center forward had at least 130 points of strength, otherwise there would not be such great pressure. Even if the opponent only retained 10 points of speed, it was a surprising thing to be able to increase the strength to such a high level. For such a guy, only Zheng Qi's current strength could resist. Unfortunately, his position was closer to the win just now, so even though he had retreated at the first time, it was still too late. The player of the green team who broke through from the wing did not think about cutting inside, but sprinted directly to the bottom line, then raised his foot and passed the ball into the penalty area. A very fast cross, the landing point is very good, the center forward of the green team jumped high while running, completely suppressed the jumping center back of the yellow team, and headed the ball out with force. An extremely domineering header, the goalkeeper of the yellow team responded, but when he rushed out, the ball had already flown into the goal. 1-0, through a wonderful breakthrough on a side and a grab in the middle, and a simple cross-the-side tactic, the green team took the lead. Damn, it was so easy for them to score. The captain of the yellow team said angrily. That guy has strong strength and jumping ability, and the guy on the side is also very skilled. We have met a tough guy this time. Zheng Qi said to the captain. Really? How good is it? The captain was a little nervous. Looking at their performance just now, the winger is at least 150 inches flexibility, and the center forward, the strength and jumping ability will not be less than this number. Zheng Qi said. The captain's eyes went dark. Don't scare me. No wonder the captain is timid. As a central defender, he has more points in strength and jumping, but they're only 100 points. The opponent has 150 points, so how can he play? It doesn't matter, just look at us. We will invest more in the offensive and get the score back. Zheng Qi replied. Really, can you do it? The captain looked at him doubtfully. The captain's doubt is also justified. The opponent's winger is short and flexible, and the center is tall, at least more than 1.8 meters tall. What about Zheng Qi? He is only 1.75 meters tall and doesn't look like a strong man. I'm a technical flow. When I attack later, when I get the ball, you two forwards remember to move flexibly, and the winger remember to involve more support. I will send a good ball. Zheng Qi replied. The others looked at each other and nodded. They are all ordinary players, with attributes around 600 points. They usually find someone to hug when participating in competitions. The opponent has shown such outstanding ability, and it is really uneasy not to find someone to hug. Zheng Qi showed such confidence, so, just listen to him and believe him. Soon, Zheng Qi let them know that it is always right to believe in yourself. After the game was restarted, the green team quickly pressed the yellow team. During the opponent's pressing, the yellow team's ball player passed the ball several times and quickly handed the ball to Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi's state of holding the ball was not very good. He had his back to the opponent's half, and when he held the ball, the opponent had already pressed up from behind. Seeing that a big guy on the other side started to collide from behind, the teammates of the yellow team couldn't help but shout to be careful. Amid their shouts, Zheng Qi was hit by the opponent as if nothing had happened. His body just shook slightly, and the opponent took several steps back. When the opponent retreated, Zheng Qi turned around smoothly and then accelerated to break through. The opponent hadn't even mastered the balance yet, and was easily broken through by Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi took the ball and moved forward. When the second person came up to intercept, he first made a breakthrough from the left side, luring the opponent's center of gravity to shift, but he quickly pulled and flicked the ball with his feet and broke through again from the right side. This was a very simple dribbling move, but with Zheng Qi's speed and flexibility, the opponent was completely unable to react. It's the second one, come on. Break through directly. The teammates couldn't help but shout. There were only two people in the opponent's midfield. After Zheng Qi broke through two of them, he could face the defense line directly. However, Zheng Qi stopped and did not continue to move forward. He raised his foot and handed the ball to Zheng, who followed up. "What are you doing?" a teammate shouted. "What about the involvement? What about your involvement? Do you really think I can break through 11 of them alone?" Zheng Qi shouted louder than them. After hearing this shout, the teammates reacted one after another, scattered on the field in shame, and started their own running. Chapter 525. Battle between the thighs. When the game reached the 11th minute, the players of the yellow team cheered. After they started running, Zheng Qi continued to control the ball in the midfield, and from time to time he and Zheng passed the ball to each other. His ball control ability was not very strong, but his excellent reaction and balance ability allowed him to control the football with ease in the opponent's pressing. In the process of controlling the ball, he kept paying attention to the running position of his teammates, and then through a wonderful through pass, he created a single-handed opportunity for his teammates. Although the attributes of his teammates were not very high, after all, they had been playing in the arena for a long time. With no problem with their physical fitness, their footwork was very good, and the shooting skills of forwards would not be bad. What's more, Zheng Qi's through pass just created an absolute single-handed ball for him. Facing the goalkeeper, his teammate made a beautiful push shot to tie the score. Compared with the previous goal of the green team, this goal was equally wonderful, but the style was different. The opponent's goal was bold and full of wildness. The goal of the yellow team was small and delicate, and it penetrated the space with a thin layer. The centre forward and the winger of the opponent looked at each other. The winger chatted privately. "Do you think he looks familiar?" the centre forward replied. "No, not quite. It shouldn't be that guy." The winger replied. "Well, he has such a partner around him." The centre forward nodded. "Keep kicking, you should know who it is." Such a short private chat would naturally not be known to others, but just these two goals have made the players of both sides know what kind of person the real thigh of the team is. So, in the next game, the green team began to pass the ball to the winger more often, letting him attack. Zheng stared at the winger of the opponent unconvinced. Just now she felt that she was easily thrown off by the opponent because she was not prepared. Otherwise, even if her reaction was not so fast, she would not be thrown off by the opponent just because of her flexibility and observation ability. Zheng's confidence is not without reason. After being targeted by her, the winger of the green team was not so easy to break through. Zheng's speed and reaction were average, at least she had no advantage over the opponent. However, she was able to make accurate predictions from the details and intercept the opponent's breakthrough route in advance. After being entangled by Zheng in this way, although the opponent did not give Zheng a chance to steal the ball, it was difficult to break through. Zheng Qi returned to the penalty area and began to defend the opponent's centre forward. From the attack just now, it can be seen that the opponent's centre forward is far superior to the teammates of the yellow team in strength and bounce. If Zheng Qi does not return to defence, no one can defend him. Although bounce and strength are not the only factors to grab the first landing point, under the current physical fitness, even if the level of the cross is a little worse, the opponent can be suppressed by strong bounce and strength, and it is also easy to grab the point and attack. In other words, if Zheng Qi does not return to defence, the green team only needs to keep higher balls from both wings. Even if the level of the cross is not very high, the opponent's centre forward can continue to create opportunities. Under such circumstances, even if the opponent is an amateur team, at least they know how to cling to the thighs. The situation of Zheng Qi's yellow team is very bad. Although it is just a temporary team, Zheng Qi does not want to lose the game. He has always been quite persistent in this emotion of not admitting defeat. Without such emotions, he would not have improved so quickly. The opponent's centre forward was running near the penalty area, as if ready to sprint into the yellow team's penalty area at any time. Zheng Qi noticed that he was very careful to put himself and the yellow team's defender on the same starting line to avoid being judged as offside by the system. The penalties in the arena are made by the system, which is absolutely correct, and there will be no loopholes. Very experienced. Zheng Qi sighed in his heart. In the past year or so, whenever he was free, he would come here to play football. Although he has never fixed his own team, but has always formed a team randomly, his vision and level have improved quite quickly when his teammates are strong and weak, and his opponents are strong and weak. He could see that the centre forward of the other team was constantly moving. Even though he could kill all the defenders of the other team with his own strength and bounce, he was still moving to increase his chances of successfully grabbing the ball. This was a necessary quality for an excellent centre forward. After all, no matter how good a centre forward is, he may encounter a better defender. If he just stood there to grab the ball, it would be more beneficial to the defender. In this case, if he couldn't move well, no matter how good his bounce and strength were, he would only fall into an endless battle with the defenders of the other team. With just his strength, he could make the defenders of the yellow team fall off their feet. With his constant movement, the defenders of the yellow team were even more miserable. At this time, the captain of the yellow team, who had been confused by the opponent, saw Zheng Qi running back and immediately shouted in shock. "Why are you back? There will be no one to counter-attack later. Don't worry, there are still 2 forward in front. Besides, if I don't come back, will the defenders still be there?" Zheng Qi replied with a smile. Teammates on the same team chat in the team channel of course, so there is no need to worry that the other party will hear and leak their secrets. On the contrary, the opponent's center saw Zheng Qi running back, and a trace of solemnity appeared in his eyes. From the attack of the yellow team just now, he could judge that Zheng Qi's level was quite good. This level did not refer to Zheng Qi's skills or something, but his superior attributes. Who could have such an attribute? Was it the person he guessed? However, as soon as the two came into contact, the center knew that this was not the old enemy he guessed. As soon as the two came into contact, they had a head-on collision. After the collision, both of them shook slightly, and then immediately stabilized their center of gravity. This means that both sides are not only excellent in strength, but also in balance. After all, both sides used their full strength in this collision. No one can bear such a collision, but they only shook slightly, which shows that the opponent's balance attribute point is not lower than their own strength attribute point. Whether it is Zheng Qi or the center, they are very proud of their attribute points. Even if it is only in the 2 attributes of balance and strength, what kind of person would the opponent who can be close to them be? In the following time, Zheng Qi entangled the opponent's center, and the center began to run constantly, trying to get rid of Zheng Qi under the cover of his teammates. Zheng Qi's teammates also reacted. They began to support Zheng Qi and used their bodies to block the opponent's teammates, allowing Zheng Qi to approach the opponent's center more smoothly. This game is almost like rugby, Zheng Qi complained in his heart, but he knew that whether it was his teammates or opponents, each of them had rich game experience. They were not judged as fouls by the system under such intense physical contact, which proved that they were all good at using the rules, at least they were experienced. In such an environment, Zheng Qi continued to entangle the opponent's center, and the two of them also continued to have fierce physical collisions, using their own strength to seize the position. While the two of them were in a fierce contest, Sujin and the opponent's winger were also competing on the wing. Sujin has been completely immersed in the state of this game. She is highly focused, carefully observing the opponent's every move, and then making accurate predictions, constantly blocking the direction the opponent wants to break through. The opponent's ball control is obviously also very good. Although his intentions have been repeatedly discovered by Sujin, he still controls the ball and is not intercepted by Sujin. However, in the end, the opponent still found an opportunity to cross the ball. It is almost impossible to cut off all the opponent's cross opportunities. After being blocked by Sujin, the opponent quickly changed his way of attack, handed the ball to his teammates, and then moved forward. Sujin didn't know what to do in this situation for a while. After a little hesitation, the green team player who received the ball immediately passed the ball to the front. After receiving the ball, the green team winger did not stop the ball and directly kicked the ball to the middle. When Sujin rushed over again, he was already a step slower. The ball drew an arc in the air and flew straight into the penalty area. When the winger crossed the ball, the center forward had already started running. He suddenly accelerated and rushed forward. Zheng Qi followed closely. However, the opponent's center forward made an emergency stop, luring Zheng Qi to stop, and then moved sideways. Zheng Qi's balance ability was very good. After the emergency stop, he was able to keep up with Zheng Qi's movements in the first time. He also followed closely with a similar lateral movement. However, the next moment, the opponent's center forward suddenly stopped and turned around, moving sideways again, rushing past Zheng Qi, temporarily shaking off Zheng Qi's defender. The winger's cross just began to fall, and the center forward faced the ball, jumped high, and was about to head the ball. Zheng Qi, who was thrown away by the center forward, made an extremely wonderful move amid the exclamations of the yellow team's defenders. He slightly tilted his body, then pushed his feet hard, and the whole person slanted up like a rocket. He was not going to block the center forward's header. At this time, it was impossible to block the opponent's header. What he had to do was to intercept the opponent's shooting route. He succeeded. When the center forward headed the ball out, his people also arrived. The football at the center forward hit his head, and the force immediately slowed down. It jumped up and still flew towards the goal. However, this kind of header with no power was obviously not a big threat. The goalkeeper of the yellow team made a flying save and easily picked the ball from the air. Even with the attribute points of an ordinary player, the bounce and reaction were much better than the best goalkeeper of the year. Well done. Team Man's teammates came up to praise Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi smiled and did not answer, but looked at the opponent's centre forward. The opponent's centre forward was also looking at him and turned away. Let's go, it's our turn to attack. Zheng Qi shouted, waving his arms. Fin DS capture much as great as Pelaga hasta el final. No se olvidan like bus gasms contenido exclusivo IXO inmediato. Si escribete news Patreon. Recuerda, cada like, si escribes no dona que nos anima a continuar. Great as a todos nos vemos en el próximo video.